Before we come to today's business, I wanted to note that on Sunday, the 27th of October, we marked the 75th anniversary of the rebuilding of this chamber after it was bombed during the Second World War and left destroyed. The chamber we sit in today remains a continuing symbol of resilience and renewal. On rebuilding the chamber, Prime Minister Winston Churchill described the House of Commons as a citadel of British liberty. This House and this chamber continue to play a vital role at the heart of our democracy today. I am sure the whole House will want to join me in marking this important anniversary. I invite members of the chamber at 11 a.m. tomorrow to attend for a commemorative photo to mark the occasion. 11 a.m. tomorrow. Right, order. We come to questions, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs. Charlie Maynard.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
For a second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I join you in the tribute and marking the 75th anniversary of the rebuilding of this chamber and the tribute to democracy? Let me also say that I know many people will have concerns for family and friends in Jamaica in the face of Hurricane Melissa, and I will make a further statement on the UK's response at topical questions. On Sudan, I strongly condemn the escalating violence in El Fasher and the very grave reports of civilian casualties and sufferings. And it is estimated that between 200 and 300 civilians are in the city at grave risk of atrocities following the RSF advances. I've held meetings and discussions, including at the General Assembly, the UN General Assembly, and since with a series of countries, including the UAE and members of the Quad, as we call for a desperately needed ceasefire.
Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been widely reported in the press that the United Arab Emirates is arming the RSF in Sudan. The RSF is one of the 2 warring factions in Sudan and was found by the UN to be responsible for crimes against humanity, including murder, torture, enslavement, rape and sexual violence. As per UK government export data, the UK exported nearly £750 million worth of arms to the UAE via single individual export licenses between 2019 and 2023. If the UAE is indeed arming the RSF, the UK is breaching its arms export licensing criteria, specifically criteria 1F, 2, 4, 6 and 7. Importantly, these criteria look beyond considering whether the UK exported weapons ultimately reach Sudan. They instead consider the UK's international obligations. Given this, what steps is the UK government taking to verify whether the UAE is indeed arming the RSF?
Order. Please, it's a very important subject. There's other members need to come in as well. They're meant to be questions rather than statements. I recognise the importance. I'm sure you're going to come to the end of the question now, please.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. Whether the UAE is indeed arming the RSF, and will the UK cease all arms shipments to the UAE until it is proven that the UAE is not arming the RSF?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, let me make 2 points in response to his question. First of all, as he will know, the UK has extremely strong controls on arms exports, including to prevent any diversion, and that remains important. We will continue to take that immensely seriously. Secondly, we need all countries with influence in the region to push the RSF and also the SAF to ensure the protection of civilians. There are real deep concerns about atrocities in Sudan, including sexual violence and the use of rape as a weapon of war. He will be aware of the new work being done through the Quad of countries, the US, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Egypt, who've condemned the violence and called for an end to external support for the warring parties. We are pressing for the urgent implementation of this.
And Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As penholder at the UN Security Council for both Sudan and the protection of civilians, the UK has a special responsibility following the fall of Al Fasher and the appalling reports that she referred to. First, will she call an emergency session of the Security Council focused on the protection of civilians, terrified civilians in Darfur given recent events? And she talks about the Quad. That statement was before recent events over the last 3 days, appalling events. Will she push every country in the Quad, US, Saudi Arabia, Egypt and the UAE, to act now to prevent further massacres?
Secretary.
Well, I agree with my right honourable friend that Sudan and the escalating violence, the humanitarian crisis must be on the agenda for the Security Council. We are pressing for that meeting to take place as soon as possible and also to ensure that at its heart is also the issues around the protection of civilians. There was already a humanitarian crisis in Sudan with huge numbers of people at risk of famine even before this escalating violence, and I also agree with her on the urgent need to press all parties to cease the violence and to ensure that humanitarian aid can get through.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The news from Al Fasher in Darfur overnight is truly dreadful, with evidence of summary executions and undoubted ethnic cleansing. Given the pivotal role that Britain plays, as set out by the Right Honourable Lady, the former Development Minister just now, will she urgently review everything that we are doing to prevent Al Fasher becoming another Srebrenica?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the honourable member is right to raise the grave nature of this crisis and the seriousness of the violence that is taking place in El Fasher. So I do agree with him that we need to put every possible pressure on through the UN, but also directly through the Quad. We need the urgent action in place to get a ceasefire, the humanitarian truce that the Quad has called for, but also the humanitarian aid and the crucial protection of civilians in place. He will know that the UK did double aid for Sudan and has continued to protect that, but the aid is not able to get through as long as there's this terrible fighting taking place.
David Smith.
Mr. Speaker, as we've heard, there's about 250,000 civilians, including 130,000 children, trapped in the city of El Fasher, following a brutal siege that has lasted 18 months. So this is a critical moment amidst the world's greatest humanitarian catastrophe in Sudan. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary, what can the UK government do with allies to ensure that we get humanitarian exit routes for those civilians out of El Fasher?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend that this is one of the most urgent things, is the humanitarian, the civilian pathways out of the city to safety. We are urgently urging a ceasefire to take place. We need all sides to pull back from this escalating violence. It is incredibly dangerous where we are seeing the scale of the atrocities that are now at risk of taking place. But the most immediate urgent thing is to get a safe way out of the city for civilians.
Jacob Collier.
Two, Mr. Speaker.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the ceasefire agreement in Gaza as a result of President Trump's peace initiative is a profound moment of peace and hope, but it needs to hold and it needs to become a lasting peace after 2 years of the most horrendous suffering. Our immediate priority is ensuring unconditional humanitarian aid is flooded into Gaza where more action is needed, but we are also working with partners to support the implementation of Phase 2 of the peace plan, including the disarming of Hamas and the establishment of a Palestinian committee as transitional government and a pathway to 2 states living side by side.
I think it's a group question, Foreign Secretary.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, and let me group these questions with questions. I'm hoping you're going to steer me while I turn to the right page with the numbers 2, 7 and 15. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jacob Collier.
Speaker, we're grateful for the United States in its coordination, and this must not be a temporary peace that fades away. The ceasefire, as she says, remains fragile, with both sides accused of violations, and fighting on the occupied West Bank continues. So can my right honourable friend assure the House that the UK will continue to play an active role in supporting the peace plan and holding all parties to its commitments?
Secretary.
My honourable friend is right. Given the horrendous suffering that we've seen over the last 2 years, we need to ensure that the ceasefire holds. Part of that involves getting the humanitarian aid into Gaza. We are urging more crossings to be opened, and we are urging restrictions on humanitarian aid to be lifted. And we are also working on some of the crucial next steps in conjunction with the US, with Arab states, with many other states who have been involved in supporting this ceasefire, including disarmament of Hamas and including the development of new governance arrangements.
Rinderjas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the much welcomed peace plan, we have already seen breaches in the form of Israeli airstrikes, with life-saving supplies being restricted from entering Gaza. So what are we doing to ensure that sufficient humanitarian aid can go through to end the famine swiftly, and that the Israeli leadership is held accountable for violations of international law, so that we can finally see an end to this conflict with no more innocent Palestinian or Israeli lives being lost?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, it is important that all sides hold to the ceasefire and implement all of the steps that have been committed to as part of President Trump's 20-point peace plan. That does involve getting the humanitarian aid in place, and it also involves maintaining the ceasefire. We are working with the US and with other countries to seek to support an effective monitoring arrangement so that there can be a proper process involved to ensure that all sides hold to the ceasefire and that there is a proper process in place to keep moving forward.
Nadia Witt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over 2 weeks into the ceasefire in Gaza, Israeli forces are still killing Palestinians. Many are being shot at as they attempt to return to their homes near a yellow line marked by Israel, a line that Israeli media is increasingly calling a new border. What will the government do to ensure that this supposedly temporary yellow line does not become a permanent border and effectively cut Gaza in half?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, we have been clear that not only can we not divide Gaza, but this has to be part of the journey to a two-state solution, which includes Gaza and East Jerusalem and the West Bank, because that is the only way that we will get a just and lasting peace. Of course, there are transition arrangements set out as part of the 20-point plan, but it's really crucial that not only do we maintain this ceasefire agreement, the first phase, but that we keep making progress on the rest of the points in the 20-point plan and the second phase as well.
Bob Blackton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thankfully, the living hostages have been returned to receive medical attention and back to their families. But very sadly, the bodies of the deceased hostages have not all been returned. And that is a key element in this ceasefire treaty. So what action is the Foreign Secretary taking to make sure that Israel is supported, and if necessary, that the Palestinians are supported, to identify the bodies of the deceased hostages and returned so that closure can happen for those families?
Foreign Secretary.
The Honourable Member makes an immensely important point, and all of us will have seen the incredibly moving scenes of hostages returning after the most horrendous captivity and being returned to their families. But those who have lost loved ones, whose loved ones were taken in that barbaric terrorist attack on October the 7th, and are still waiting to have their remains returned. I have spoken to families whose loved ones were lost and who have had their remains returned, but I know still how difficult this is and how people need to be able to grieve and to be able to pay tribute to their loved ones. We are continuing to press for all of the hostage remains to be released, and also we have offered support, for example, demining capabilities, where, for example, there are concerns about ordinances that might prevent the recovery of remains.
Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How will the United Kingdom help to ensure that the Gaza peace plan includes measures to restore access to clean and plentiful water? The main source of fresh water in Gaza is the coastal aquifer, which is contaminated by seawater, sewage and chemicals. Up to 97% of Gaza's tap water is unfit for human consumption. Surely she will agree there can be no just peace amidst thirst and squalor.
Foreign Secretary.
The Honourable Member is right to highlight water as a crucial humanitarian aid and support, and I have spoken to Tom Fletcher, who is coordinating much of the UN support, and also to the Egyptian and Israeli foreign ministers about the importance of ensuring that the crossings are open, but also that to be able to provide water, but also to be able to rebuild critical infrastructure as well. That will also require financing, and my honourable friend, the Middle East Minister, has already been involved in looking at ways in which we can finance reconstruction for the long term.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for her response, Minister. The peace plan can only succeed if Hamas are not part of that. Hamas need to return the dead hostages to their families. They need to ensure they're disarmed, and they need to make sure that they're not carrying out summary executions of fellow Gazians as they are doing. Can I ask the Minister this question? If it's going to have a peace plan that lasts, then take Hamas out, remove them from the situation, and we can have peace.
Well, the honourable member will know that I have always described Hamas as a barbaric terrorist organisation. That remains the case, and it's why it's been so crucial that we've seen the Arab League also condemn and reject Hamas, and to join us and other countries from across the world in being clear that Hamas can play no role in the future governance of Gaza or the future governance of Palestine. It's why the UK has particularly been offering support on the decommissioning of weapons and the disarming of Hamas. That is a crucial part of the peace process so that Palestinians and Israelis can live in peace and security.
The Foreign Secretary, Deputy Patel.
The Foreign Secretary will know that we continue to see Hamas terrorise the people of Gaza, carrying out summary executions and depriving people of aid. Terrorist tunnels and their infrastructure still remains in place. So what role is she playing in terms of negotiations and dialogue around the elimination of Hamas? What is the government's view on how the International Stabilisation Force will operate? And will the UK be playing a role in the Board of Peace alongside her former leader and friend, Tony Blair?
So the Shadow Foreign Secretary is right to highlight the importance of the disarmament, the decommissioning of Hamas, needing to involve tunnels as well as weapons and the entire infrastructure of terror that was built up over many years. That is why the UK has been proposing different ways in which we can help in the process of decommissioning and disarming Hamas, using expertise that the UK has built up over very many years. That will be a central part of maintaining this peace process for a just and lasting peace. She will know too that there are further discussions underway about what the governance processes need to be for the Palestinian Committee and also for the Board of Peace that were identified as part of President Trump's 20-point plan. Those further details are still being negotiated, but we are clear, whatever the arrangements, we will continue to play a crucial role in supporting this peace process.
Helen Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I echo the Foreign Secretary's words about Hurricane Melissa and our shared concern for the people of that island and British citizens on it. At this hopeful but fragile moment for Gaza, all sides must fulfil their ceasefire obligations, including Hamas returning the remaining hostages' bodies and Israel reopening all aid routes into the Strip. We must also preserve the conditions for a two-state solution, and this Gaza peace plan is not sufficient to deliver a lasting peace between two viable and secure states. Last week, the Knesset voted in favour of annexing the West Bank, a move which would undermine Palestinians' right to self-determination. The strong criticism from US Secretary of State Rubio was notable and welcome. So will the Foreign Secretary work with the American administration to bring forward a UN Security Council resolution which unreservedly condemns that vote and reaffirms the illegality of seizing territory by force?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, as I have been clear, that the future of Palestine needs to include the West Bank, East Jerusalem and Gaza. We have always strongly condemned any proposals around the annexation of the West Bank, but also illegal settlements in the West Bank. And it is significant that not only Secretary of State Rubio, but also President Trump and Vice President Vance have all made clear their condemnation of the proposals for the annexation of the West Bank. In order to have security and peace for Israelis alongside security of peace for Palestinians, we need ultimately to work towards that two-state solution, two states living side by side.
Mr. Curley.
Question 3, Mr. Speaker.
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I welcomed President Zelensky and the coalition of the willing to the Foreign Office to a meeting chaired by the Prime Minister to demonstrate our continued support for Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. Since I set out in this House new stronger sanctions against the two largest oil producers, Rosneft and Lukoil, I'm pleased to say the US has followed suit. The EU has also introduced further sanctions. We need to tighten the economic vice on Russia to bring Putin to the table and get a pathway to peace.
Ellie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the UK's leadership on the issue of Russian sovereign assets? What further conversations is the Foreign Secretary having with her counterparts internationally to accelerate this work and to ensure that Russia pays for its illegal war?
Foreign Secretary.
The issue of Russian sovereign assets is an extremely important one. Both I and the Chancellor have had many discussions with our counterparts, particularly in Europe, but also through the G7 as well. We want to be able to mobilise those sovereign assets in order to be able to support Ukraine. The EU has set out proposals for reparation loans, which we think are the sensible way forward, because fundamentally Russia needs to pay for the damage it is doing to Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Foreign Secretary's comments about Russian frozen assets? Now, she'll possibly agree with me that the US is an increasingly unreliable partner for Ukraine. Can she tell me what discussions she's had with European counterparts about securing Ukrainians' long-range missiles with European partners so they can better defend themselves?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, this was an issue that was discussed as part of the coalition of the willing, and where NATO was present, as well as many countries, both from Europe and across the world, as part of those discussions, which was about the continued military support for Ukraine, but also about this crucial economic pressure as well. And I would say to him that I think the US package of sanctions that has now been announced, that very much is very similar to the package that we announced on Rosneft and Lukoil, is an extremely important one, because we need to choke off Russian oil and gas's access to the market.
Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really pleased to see the Foreign Secretary writing in the Times yesterday about now is the time for international action to use Russian frozen assets to support Ukraine. The trouble is that over the last 3 years, 8 months, 4 days, there has been a lot of talk about using these assets, and nothing has happened. I know that the Foreign Secretary knows the last thing that Ukraine needs is warm words. We need to have action, particularly against a background of the Russians renewing their bombing campaign against civilians in the cities. So the question is, if there is going to be a plan, when is it going to happen? When will this considerable sum of money be able to be used to rearm and rebuild Ukraine?
Secretary.
Well, can I also echo my right honourable friend's comments about the civilian attacks that we have seen, including the most horrendous attack on a kindergarten in Ukraine as well. But she is right that we need to ensure that these assets are mobilised. Obviously, a lot of this needs to be done in conjunction with the EU, where many of the assets are currently held. The EU has had a series of discussions and has made significant progress with the work done by the EU Commission, but also many of the other individual nations that are pressing now to go further. We are working closely with them to do so. We need to get this investment mobilised to support Ukraine.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The US President was willing to meet with the Russian President in Budapest, in spite of the fact that we gave assurances in Budapest in that 1994 memorandum, and they have since been ignored. While that meeting won't now go ahead, could the Foreign Secretary share the latest thinking in government about future security guarantees for Ukraine?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the security guarantees remains an important part of our support for Ukraine. It's one of the reasons that the coalition of the willing was brought together in order to set out what those security guarantees would be, and of course that will continue to be working with the US in order to do so. But the most immediate issue is to ensure that there is sufficient economic pressure, particularly on oil and gas, to bring Putin back to the table, because whilst President Zelensky has said he is willing to negotiate and willing to support an immediate ceasefire, President Putin is simply escalating the war.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Russia's war in Ukraine is fuelled by oil export revenues sustained by third country refineries in India, Turkey and China that process and re-export Russian crude as refined products, often to sanctioned states. These countries are fuelling Putin's war chest. Last month, President Trump called on Turkey to halt Russian oil imports. Did the Prime Minister follow President Trump's approach and demand that his Turkish counterpart stops the Star refinery and Tupras from buying Russian oil?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can say to her that we have these discussions with countries right across the world, urging them to support either sanctions or to reduce their dependence on Russian oil and gas, to reduce those imports and to help us in choking the supply of oil and gas from Russia off the market. And that is why we have also begun now to sanction refineries, designated refineries, not just in Russia itself, but across the world.
Number 4, sir.
Front bench. Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the former Foreign Secretary set out to Parliament earlier this year the full spectrum of threats posed by China, including espionage, cyber attacks, transnational repression and support for Russia. We challenged China robustly in relation to all of those threats. China is also our third largest trading partner and a country we need to work intensely with on international issues like climate change. That is why we need to challenge China on security and to compete and cooperate on economic and global affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary, in her former role, wrote to the Planning Inspectorate, raising no objections about the Chinese super embassy application. She didn't mention any concerns about the secret basements, or some people describe them as dungeons, on the application, and she raised no objection about the proximity of the application to key data cables in the City of London. In her new role, does the Foreign Secretary now regret her previous lack of action?
Well, the honourable member will know that the government takes action to ensure that security measures are in place, and we do so through a series of different routes, and he will also know that the planning process is independent and will follow its course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the UK's relations with China, it is not a simple binary choice between national security and growth. National security must always be our non-negotiable red line, but subject to that, does the Foreign Secretary agree that where there are specific sectors where economic engagement with China promotes growth, that we should be open to it?
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend is right that we already have substantial trade with China and also investment both from the UK and from China, and we have always been a trading nation that works and trades with countries right across the globe. But he is also right that national security must always be the first priority, and that is why wherever there are national security threats, we take them immensely seriously and will always challenge China on those.
Deputy Patel, Foreign Secretary.
Speaking of challenging China, will the Foreign Secretary comment on the recent threats made by the Chinese government towards Britain over the embassy application, the spy case and Taiwan? And can she tell the House whether any meetings with the Chinese government, British ministers, Jonathan Powell or other officials have discussed the now collapsed spy case? Has China at any point requested this case to be dropped? And will she now apologise for backing the embassy application?
Foreign Secretary.
For the Shadow Foreign Secretary has perhaps forgotten the position that her government has previously taken on a range of issues towards China. But let's be clear, we have made clear that the planning process in the UK is independent. It has to go through the normal planning processes as is appropriate. We also ensure that security measures are always taken immensely seriously, and we have a range of different ways to do so. In terms of the China case that she has referred to, I remain extremely frustrated about the collapse of this case, and my view remains that this kind of activity that was alleged in this case should face the full force of the law. That's why I supported the strengthening and updating of the law in this area to make prosecutions easier. It is a shame that her party took so long to do it.
Dr. Al Pinkerton.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was fantastic to visit Gibraltar recently for National Day, and also to have met recently with EU and Spanish counterparts. The agreement reached between the UK and the EU in June was very welcome. It's very significant, and it will mean jobs, investment, stability, not just for Gibraltar, but indeed across the whole region. And all parties have agreed to work together to finalise the treaty text and ratify the agreement as quickly as possible. And I'll update the House in due course.
Dr. Al Pinkerton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the Minister, I had the pleasure of being in Gibraltar earlier this summer at the invitation of the Government, and I draw the House to my register of interest. And I saw for myself the vital necessity
in this deal to secure the economy and the social fabric of Gibraltar, and in particular the movement of 15,000 people across the Spain-Gibraltar frontier every day. Can the Minister commit to bring this treaty to the House at the first possible opportunity so that this House can have the fullest possible scrutiny of the details? Thank you.
Well, absolutely can do so, and he mentions the challenges that have existed at the border. I've been stuck in those queues as well, Mr. Speaker. You may have been as well, and this deal is going to mean an end to that and a new positive relationship, and very much is going to be positive for the economy and all the people of Gibraltar. We will bring the treaty as soon as possible, as soon as it's finalised. It will go through its normal processes, and Parliament, of course, be able to debate the terms of the treaty if it wishes.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I draw the House's attention to my register of interest. Mr. Speaker, it was an honour to welcome Gibraltar's First Minister to last week's Gibraltar All-Party Parliamentary Group AGM, and as a cross-party we wholeheartedly welcome the treaty. But can the Minister assure me that the treaty will ensure economic benefits for Gibraltarians and an increase in the prospect for tourism?
Well, I indeed absolutely can assure her, and I want to thank her for her work and indeed the work of the whole APPG and indeed the cross-party work that goes on in support of Gibraltar. And I know, of course, this is a deal that is firmly backed by the Chief Minister of Gibraltar and his government, and is going to bring important benefits for the economy, for jobs, for the people of Gibraltar, and as she mentions, in tourism. We might be able to see now more flights coming into the Gibraltar airport from elsewhere in Europe. That's going to be very positive, I think, for Gibraltar and for the region.
Andrew George.
Mr. Speaker. The UK's commitment to a two-state solution remains steadfast. The UK has provided £116 million of aid to the Palestinian people this year. I was proud that on the 21st of September, the Prime Minister announced the UK recognition of the State of Palestine. That was to protect the viability of the two-state solution and support a path towards lasting peace. Meanwhile, the UK government is continuing to provide technical and financial support to the Palestinian Authority as it builds a viable and effective state of Palestine. In July, we announced £7 million in technical support to strengthen governance, accountability and civic space in Palestine, and both I and the Foreign Secretary remain in touch with our Palestinian counterparts.
Andrew George.
Slow as it was, it's very welcome indeed. I'm grateful to the Minister for his response. But will the government go beyond suspending new trade deals and actively review existing trade deals with Israel, including both goods and services originating from the illegal settlements, to ensure that UK trade policy does not undermine the prospect of Palestinian statehood?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Secretary has already been clear about the importance of a single effective Palestinian state, which of course includes the West Bank, and the Honourable Member has heard from me on a number of occasions about the different trading standards that exist both for Israel itself and for the occupied territories. Of course we keep these questions under close review, but I think the whole House will appreciate that our focus for now needs to be very much on making sure that the ceasefire holds, we move into the 20-point plan and to the two-state solution that we all want to see.
Come around.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all welcome a ceasefire and we welcome the recognition of a Palestinian state, but we must now support the Palestinian people. The head of the United Nations Humanitarian Affairs team has said that driving through Gaza City is like going through the ruins of Hiroshima. Mr. Speaker, for the people of Gaza who've endured this hellish war and survived, they now face a humanitarian disaster. They urgently need aid, and the UK, along with many other countries, stands ready to provide it. The block to this aid, as so frequently has been the case, is the Israeli authorities. What steps is the government taking to ensure that Israel stops blocking this urgently needed aid and humanitarian supplies, and to get to people that are desperately in need?
Mr. Speaker, I want to update the House on this very, very important question. We are seeing a greater flow of aid into Gaza. That is, of course, supremely welcome and something that we have long awaited. But it is not yet at the level we would wish to see. There are still restrictions on that aid going in, and vital crossings, as the Foreign Secretary has been clear, remain unopened. We continue to engage with all of our partners on this, and both I and the Foreign Secretary will be travelling to the region this weekend to pursue that work.
Alison Bennett.
Question 8, Mr. Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the continued erosion of democratic rights and freedoms in Hong Kong is deeply concerning. Last week, the Foreign Secretary submitted to this House the government's latest 6-monthly report on Hong Kong, which details how national security legislation is diminishing Hong Kong's political autonomy. The government will continue to champion the rights and freedoms of the people of Hong Kong.
Bennett.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A constituent of mine who now lives in Haywards Heath came to the UK from Hong Kong under the British National Overseas Visa route after the deterioration of human rights there left her and her daughter with no choice but to seek safety. She is now deeply anxious about reports that the qualifying period for settlement and citizenship may be extended. I think the whole House can agree that the human rights violations in Hong Kong are abhorrent. So what representations has the Minister made to her Chinese counterparts? And can she explain how she will protect BNO visa holders who have made their home in the UK?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and indeed we will also agree that any attempts by foreign governments to coerce, intimidate, harass or harm their critics or others abroad, especially in the UK, we will not tolerate them. And the government is also strengthening efforts to tackle transnational repression, including the introduction of dedicated police training and online guidance to support victims. And indeed, we are committed to the people of Hong Kong as exemplified by the BNO visa route. It is our historic and moral commitment, and she will be aware in relation to the immigration white paper and those changes that the government will bring forth more details about the consultation and work in due course.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 2 pro-democracy parties in Hong Kong have disbanded recently. Activist Joshua Wong was re-arrested and faces further charges under the national security law, and Jimmy Lai remains in prison. Does the Minister agree with me that the national security law continues to be used to erode the rights and freedoms of Hong Kongers, and can she confirm that the UK continues to strongly oppose it?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his comments. I can confirm absolutely that we continue to oppose the national security law, and as was outlined in the report that the Foreign Secretary presented to Parliament last week, the Hong Kong authorities continue to apply national security legislation to diminish the city's political autonomy and political pluralism, including freedom of association, freedom of assembly, freedom of information, and indeed Hong Kong now ranks 140th out of 180 in the 2025 World Press Freedom Index, entering the red zone for the first time. This is indeed a very serious situation.
Daniel Francis.
Aye, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And we know that, of course, people smuggling gangs work across borders to operate their vile trade, so we must work across borders to disrupt their supply chains, dismantle their networks and undermine their business model. And that's why we're strengthening cooperation with other countries, including through our illegal migration sanctions regime, the first of its kind in the world, and we're targeting the leaders of people smuggling gangs wherever they are based.
Daniel Francis.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer, which I know is an issue of great concern to my constituents across Bexhill and Crayford. And could he provide an update following last week's West Balkans summit on measures that are being taken to reduce the number of illegal migrants being brought to the UK via the Western Balkans?
Minister. Well, thank him for his very important question, and he's absolutely right that tackling illegal migration is vital in our strategic relationship with the Western Balkans. And last week we announced new sanctions against gang leaders, passport forgers and illicit financiers, many with ties to that region. And we're enhancing collaboration between our countries, for example, through the Border Police Chiefs Forum, the expansion of the Joint Migration Task Force and the deployment of UK border security officers to the Western Balkans.
A lock-up.
Mr Speaker, does the Minister agree that foreign nationals convicted of serious drug offences in Northern Ireland should be deported without delay? And will he ensure that his department work with international partners prioritise swift removal agreements to stop those involved in organised immigration and drug crime from reoffending on our streets?
Mr Speaker, I absolutely agree with the sentiment with her question, and she will know that in our first year in government we deported over 5,000 foreign national offenders, a 14% increase on the previous 12 months, and we are speeding up the early removal scheme so that most foreign prisoners can be deported after serving 30% of their custodial sentence rather than the previous 50%.
Julian Smith.
Question number 10, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The BBC World Service remains the world's most trusted international news source and supports our national security, growth and development objectives. That is why we provided a 31% increase in government funding for the World Service this year, and funding allocations for the next 3 years will be announced in due course.
There's been an excellent report by the Institute for Global Prosperity and Creative Power about the sheer impact of the World Service, reaching 320 million people globally, trusted by 75%, and in a key market for the government, India, 75 million people listening or watching the BBC. Could he confirm the structures within government to how it's going to maximise the opportunity of the World Service, one of our best soft power assets, and the best way we can have conversations with the rest of the world?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. The Government agree with him wholeheartedly that the BBC World Service is one of our strongest areas of soft power. He will be aware that the Charter Review starts next year, and we think that's one of the best ways in which we can work towards the funding streams. We are now working with the BBC World Service on ways in which they can innovate to ensure that they are reaching even further into being the most trusted news network around the globe.
David Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I recently met with senior journalists who are exiled from Russia following Putin's clampdown on any form of free, trustworthy media. Despite these huge challenges, they're still providing vital and accurate reporting for all those in the region who need it most. Will the Minister commit to sustainable funding guarantees for our soft power and continue to support these courageous journalists who are forced to move countries and are often threatened by rogue states?
Minister.
I agree with my honourable friend in terms of the work of the BBC World Service, and we are actually working with the BBC. I'm due to visit shortly Broadcasting House to see the work they're doing firsthand, particularly on the innovative work they're doing to deliver and develop on their funding programmes, and that will form part of the Charter Review, in particular in response to Russian interference around the world's media. And I echo his support for the journalists who work in the World Service, who do so much to expose what is happening globally, particularly around conflict.
Paul Davis.
Question number 11, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I'll answer questions 11 and 16 together. Alongside our international partners, the UK is working to get aid into Gaza at the scale that is needed to ease the desperate humanitarian crisis that is taking place. In recent days, the Foreign Secretary has spoken with Tom Fletcher of the United Nations, Egyptian Foreign Minister Abdelati, and Israeli Foreign Minister Saar about the importance of opening more crossings and removing all restrictions on aid. We are ready to play our full part in providing that aid. We've announced £74 million of humanitarian funding already this year, including £20 million announced at the Peace Summit in Egypt.
Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I fully support the Minister in welcoming the US brokered ceasefire, which has enabled the delivery of much-needed humanitarian aid into Gaza. As the Minister is aware, the UN and its partners have significantly scaled up their operations, providing essential supplies such as food, water, medical aid and fuel. However, given the border closures and ongoing political tensions continue to obstruct the flow of assistance, may I ask the Minister what steps is the government taking to ensure unimpeded humanitarian access and to prevent aid from being used as a tool of political leverage?
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right. Following the US-led ceasefire agreement and the UN's work, more troops are starting to cross the border, but it needs to be much more rapidly scaled up, and indeed we need to see the Rafah crossing in particular fully opened. Alongside other aid routes, we need international NGOs in and able to operate in Gaza unimpeded. Civilians in Gaza can't wait.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Norwegian Refugee Council says that between the 10th and 21st of October, 99 requests by international NGOs to deliver aid into Gaza were rejected by Israel on the grounds that these organisations are not authorised to deliver humanitarian aid into Gaza. Yet these are trusted agencies which have operated there for decades. So can the Minister tell the people of Gaza, who are living in makeshift shelters, hungry and thirsty, what the UK government is actually doing to compel the Israeli authorities to immediately allow aid deliveries into Gaza?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we need to see the agreement implemented in full. The Foreign Secretary has raised this particular case with the Foreign Minister of Israel. We will continue to press for the full flow of aid that needs to go in. The honourable member rightly asked me what I say to the people of Gaza. We understand the urgency. We understand the aid needs to be in there now. We will continue to press these points, both on the phone and when we go to the region this weekend, both of us.
Jack Rankin.
Number 12, please, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we have secured a deal that will protect the operation of the UK-US base on Diego Garcia well into next century. And the payments made under the deal will be split between the Foreign Office and the Ministry of Defence and published in the annual accounts of each department.
In what proportion?
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, those will be published in the annual accounts of each department.
Well, standing right. Shadow Minister Andrew Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Labour voted against our amendment to give the House of Commons a say on the government's reckless decision to surrender $35 billion of taxpayers' hard-earned money to Mauritius for the privilege of giving away our own sovereign territory. But we still have no certainty from the government about the fate of the vital Diego Garcia base after the 99-year period. So, what is stopping Mauritius from demanding billions more if the UK wishes to extend the use of Diego Garcia for another 40 years? But, Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be more sensible to save the money, ditch the surrender deal and keep the Chagos Islands British?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as he knows from the many debates, many questions that I've answered on this issue, indeed the debate that we had in this place which secured the passage and third reading of the bill, the cost of the agreement in today's money is £101 million and the net present value over 99 years is £3.4 billion. However much he comes up with other fantasy figures, they are simply incorrect. And these are verified by the Government Actuary Department. And if you want to talk about spending and value, I will not apologise for spending on our national security and keeping this country and our allies safe. And for comparison, Mr. Speaker, he might like to reflect on the fact that the annual payment is 20% less than the cost of the festival of Brexit.
Right, let us now go to topicals. James Nish.
Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Melissa is expected to make landfall in Jamaica shortly, potentially the most severe storm ever to hit the country. Sadly, 7 people have already reportedly lost their lives across the region, and thousands are in shelters now as they wait the storm's arrivals. Many people will be thinking of family and friends in Jamaica and in the region. I spoke with the Jamaican Foreign Minister yesterday to offer the UK's full support and solidarity, and we are prepared to mobilise resources at their request. And the FCDO stands ready to help British nationals 24/7. We have set up the Crisis Centre in the Foreign Office, including with support from the MOD. And we are also positioning specialist rapid deployment teams to provide consular assistance to British nationals in the region. Any British nationals who are there should follow our travel advice and the advice of the Jamaican authorities. We're closely monitoring the hurricane's path. Melissa is forecast to impact Cuba next and potentially the Turks and Caicos Islands and the Bahamas. Ministers have spoken with the governors of the overseas territories in the region, and we hope that these islands are spared significant damage. The UK government is also preparing to deliver humanitarian assistance to affected areas with a focus on meeting the immediate needs of those who are most vulnerable, and we send the people of Jamaica our support and solidarity today.
James Nish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for that update on Jamaica and the diligence of the FCDO in preparing for events there. Tomorrow I'm hosting Hong Kong Watch in Parliament as it releases its latest report on the erosion of Hong Kong's autonomy. The report highlights how Beijing has increasingly sought to dismantle Hong Kong's autonomy while also exploiting the privileges of its special status. This is increasingly having an impact on business operations in Hong Kong and is something that is well understood by the government but has yet to be fully recognised, including in last week's FCDO 6-monthly report. Can the Minister confirm whether the UK will consider additional steps to push back against these violations of China's international treaty obligation?
Order. Can I just help me to help everybody else try and get in. It is topical, so we've got to be short and punchy. Foreign Secretary.
We strongly condemn China's non-compliance with the joint declaration in the latest 6-monthly report which has been published, which details the continued deterioration of rights and freedoms in Hong Kong. We have continually pressed to China to uphold the rights of Hong Kongers, and their non-compliance is one of the reasons we remain steadfastly committed to the BNO visa route.
Foreign Secretary Dame Priti Patel.
Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, traces its roots back to the barbaric terrorism of al-Qaeda, including terrible death and destruction and harm to our allies. Can the Foreign Secretary explain to the House why her government has deprescribed HTS, and does she believe that they're no longer a terrorist threat to the world?
Well, she will know that, as both of us will know from our former roles as Home Secretaries, that the prescription process is a very detailed one and a very considered one, drawing on a range of security expertise. And that process no longer assesses HTS to be an alias of al-Qaeda after extensive consideration and a full assessment of the available information. And she will know that was the grounds on which it was prescribed in the first place. We will ultimately, however, judge them on their actions and not their words, but the new Syrian government has conveyed its strong commitment to working with the UK.
Speaker, does the Foreign Secretary therefore believe that this decision will lead to the destruction of all chemical weapons in Syria? And she said that they will be judged upon their actions. Will she look at putting conditions in place if they do not step up to their actions, in the same way in which America has with regards to the sanctions that were lifted on them?
Well, we have, my honourable friend, the Middle East Minister, has raised this issue directly with the Syrian government, and we continue to raise these security issues, not just with Syria, but to other parties in the region, because she will know the importance of regional governments working together on some of the security issues that she raises. This is both about the historic terrorism threat that we have faced from the region, but also about the responsibility on governments to maintain stability in Syria and the impact that this has across the region. We will continue to take those security issues immensely seriously.
Sally Jameson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's sanction of 2 Russian oil majors around a fortnight ago. But does the Minister agree that it's only by increasing the economic pressure on Putin that we will force him round that negotiating table and finally bring an end to Russia's illegal war in Ukraine?
Foreign Secretary.
I do agree with my honourable friend. We need to increase the economic pressure on Putin. We need to choke off the supply of Russian oil and gas into international markets. Our sanctions, our package of sanctions, including on the 2 biggest Russian oil producers, goes a substantial step forward. It is really welcome that other countries, including the US, are now doing the same. It is only through international action we will have the impact.
Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, in the United States, President Trump continues to use his public power to advance his private financial interests. In the UK, as well as rooting out traitors like Nathan Gill who take funds from our enemies, we must prevent this corrosive cronyism from entering our own politics. I wrote yesterday to the new Ethics and Integrity Commission, calling on it to investigate whether DCMS officials lobbied for Trump's golf courses. I intend to bring a bill to this place which would create enhanced protections against UK ministers and officials lobbying for foreign powers. Will the Secretary of State commit to supporting the principle of this bill?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, without seeing what his proposals are, I'm not going to comment on that at this stage. But what I will say is that we do take all evidence of foreign interference in this country very, very seriously. And I work closely with ministers across government, including the Home Office and elsewhere, and my colleague, the Security Minister, to keep these issues under assessment on a regular basis.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I declare an interest as chair of the APPG for the Kurdistan region in Iraq and led a delegation there. In the 2005 federal Iraqi constitution, agreed in a popular vote, should underpin Kurdish rights, and we were told that Baghdad deliberately withholds salary payments to public employees there. The Foreign Secretary visited Erbil as Home Secretary and knows how important this part of Iraq is to our security. So does she agree that we need our Kurdish ally to be strong and respected in a federal Iraq, and that a better relationship there would enable vital reform for the benefit of that region and indeed our own country?
Minister.
The relationship between Baghdad, Erbil and indeed Sulaymaniyah is of vital importance. I continue to discuss these issues with the Iraqi Foreign Minister and indeed Iraqi Kurdish politicians as well. We'll continue to do so, and I look forward to visiting the region shortly.
Thank you.
The UN Secretary-General has warned that it's now inevitable that we will fail to keep global warming under 1.5 degrees, with a threat of devastating consequences like the loss of the Amazon rainforest and its role in climate regulation. While the Conservatives in Reform continue to sabotage climate action, it's good to know that the Prime Minister will be going to COP30. But will the Foreign Secretary commit to no further cuts to our international aid budget so that we can contribute to the Tropical Forest Funds Forever Fund?
Well, Mr. Speaker, she's a passionate advocate on these issues, I know, and we debated these issues just the other day in Westminster Hall. The UK remains committed to providing international climate finance now and in the future, and to playing our part alongside other developed countries and climate finance providers, and we're committed to delivering £11.6 billion in international climate finance by the end of 25-26.
Chris Vance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friday was World Polio Day. My constituent in Harlow, former Paralympian Anne Strike, continues to campaign for the eradication of polio. What reassurances can the Minister give me that the UK will continue to be a leading player in that aim?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know my honourable friend is a long-standing advocate of polio eradication. The UK is a long-standing supporter of this programme, and we have confirmed a £1.25 billion pledge to Gavi for 2026-30. Other spending, including on the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, is being reviewed as part of the spending review and the order allocation process, which will be decided in due course.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, the Chagosians are in the High Court to try and stop this terrible Chagos surrender deal. Given this government's passion for international human rights, and we all agree how badly they have been treated, will the government finally agree to grant the Chagosians a referendum on this dreadful deal?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to comment on legal proceedings, but the honourable gentleman knows full well that this had to be a treaty negotiated between the UK and Mauritius. That's the basis on which it's done, but we absolutely recognise the historic wrongs to the Chagosian people. I've engaged with Chagosian communities on a number of occasions and will continue to do so through our new contact group.
Luke Charters.
I welcome the new package of sanctions on Russian financial institutions, and so does the Minister agree with me that we should stand ready to expand that package of sanctions to stop Russian financial institutions from financing their illegal war in Ukraine?
Minister.
Well, he will know that we don't comment on future sanctions designations, but he will know that we are absolutely committed, as the Foreign Secretary said, to choking off Russia's war machine and bringing Putin to the table. And that's why our sanctions, alongside others, have denied Russia access to at least $450 billion since February 2022, and that would have funded 2 more years of this illegal and barbarous war. So we won't hesitate to act where we can, and we will work with others in that endeavour.
Vicky Slade.
I joined CAFOD and my constituents Carl, Harry and Joe on a deadlift challenge. We, and yes, Mr. Speaker, that includes me, collectively lifted over 100 tonnes, the equivalent of 5 aid-planes to Gaza. But CAFOD also work in the West Bank, where Palestinians are being treated as second-class citizens living under military, not civil law. So what diplomatic actions is the department taking to ensure violence against them ends and improve their rights of the Palestinians while a two-state solution is negotiated?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the initiative that the honourable member took with CAFOD rightly highlights the importance of rubble movement in Gaza. It is an enormous logistical challenge. That was one of the reasons why I convened the Gaza Reconstruction Conference in Wilton Park, and she rightly raises the very important questions of rights in the West Bank. We have contributed and will continue to contribute to efforts locally to ensure that those residents in the West Bank can exercise their rights, and we will continue to raise the wider issues around annexation in the way.
Diane Abbott.
The Foreign Secretary will be aware that Hurricane Melissa is of huge concern internationally to those who have friends and family on holiday in Jamaica and to those of us of Jamaican heritage here in Britain. Can she give an assurance in what will be the horrific aftermath of Melissa that we will give every possible help and support to the people of Jamaica?
I agree with my right honourable friend and the Mother of the House on this. There are 50,000 dual nationals who live in Jamaica, up to 8,000 British citizens who may be travelling there or on holiday there. And we have very strong links between our communities, between the people of Jamaica and the people of Britain. That is why I spoke to the Jamaican Foreign Minister yesterday to offer our solidarity and support. I can tell her that we have not just rapid deployment of consular staff, we also have humanitarian support being pre-positioned in the Caribbean, and we have discussed this in the crisis centre this morning as to what we might be able to deploy on request from the Jamaican government, but we do stand ready to help and respond.
Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Foreign Secretary help with the context of the Middle East conflict, in that I've been endeavouring to try and establish an independent, verifiable number of rocket attacks that were carried out on the 12 months before October 7th, and how many rocket attacks into Israel in the 12 months after October 7, to give some context to what has happened since. Is she able to assist?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's an important question. We have condemned rocket attacks into Israel throughout, both before and after October the 7th. The nature of the rockets from Hamas and PIJ are harder to have a clear and indisputable number, but let me try and assist the honourable member on some of the other rockets. I believe that the Iranian attacks from since October the 7th included 600 rockets, killing 29 Israelis. Houthi attacks, which have targeted Israeli civilians, include 100 ballistic missiles and drones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met the family of Devinder Singh Tandy, who died in suspicious circumstances in India. And this has obviously been a distressing time for my constituents. And unfortunately, they have struggled to get timely advice and support from the Foreign Office, although I thank the Minister for her recent letter. But will she agree to meet with me to discuss their case and how the Department can develop a victims' code to better support families like Mr. Tandy's?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her letter and also for her contribution today, and I'm very happy to meet with her.
Seamus Logan.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Chancellor accepted that Brexit has caused huge damage to the economy. This week, sources suggest the Prime Minister is being advised to go further in his realignment with the European Union, as the OBR are reportedly forecasting a new black hole of around 20 billion. Again, the impact of Brexit on growth. And so I ask, Mr. Speaker, is the Foreign Secretary ready to admit that no matter how you try to spin it, Brexit has been an all-out disaster for Scotland and indeed for these islands?
Absolutely. Yes. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've made no hesitation in exposing the impacts of the botched Brexit deal that the previous government did, and that's exactly why we have reset our relationships with the EU, why we've achieved important agreements at that May summit that we had, and why my colleague, the Minister for the Cabinet Office, myself and others are working to deliver on that deal to ensure benefits for our businesses and consumers and people across this country.
Chair of the Select Committee, Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members might not be aware, but FCDO have given notice to the Insolvency Service that 1,885 jobs are at risk due to the 25% reduction in workforce that follows along the ODA cuts. This is a massive drop in staff numbers and is bound to have a real impact, particularly on smaller departments like conflict prevention. So will the Foreign Minister please comment, being new in post, how this will impact on her ability to shape the department as she wants, and also the forward plan for the department is still not finalised, so how can she operate without the staff to do so?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, the Select Committee Chair, for her question, and she will know that the government has taken a difficult decision to reduce the aid budget in order to fund the defence resources that we need at a time when there are significant security pressures. She will also know that we are working to ensure that we can find different ways, including working with private finance and new investment ways, in order to be able to maintain not just the multilateral investment that's so important, but also crucial aid programmes in areas such as Sudan and Gaza. I am happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss these details further, and of course...
I refer to my...
Just say, I need the Foreign Secretary to help me. These members have been desperate to get in, and the only way I can get them is by speeding up, because obviously we've got to get on with the opposition day at some point. Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer you to my recent register of interest. When I was in Ukraine last month, I met with senior Ukrainian figures, all of whom told me the same thing. They need more support from Europe to win this war. With that in mind, will the Foreign Secretary finally commit to seizing the $25 billion worth of frozen Russian assets held in the UK and deploy them to Ukraine in their hour of need?
Minister.
Well, I absolutely agree. We need to get Ukraine every support that they need, and our support is ironclad. That's why we hosted the Coalition of the Willing just on Friday. You'll have heard the Foreign Secretary say that we're working closely with partners to ensure that Russia pays for the damage that it's caused, and we'll find the lawful and most effective ways to do that.
Dame Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Karim Anara is an internationally recognised human rights activist who's been subject to a travel ban by Egypt and has been stuck there since 2020. What is the Foreign Office doing, or can it do, to ensure that he is able to come to the UK to join his wife in my constituency?
Mr. Speaker, I'm familiar with the case. I've met the man in question and indeed her constituent. I'm very happy to meet with her to discuss it further. I'm travelling to Egypt this weekend and will continue to be in these sorts of discussions.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Spending in Afghanistan inevitably impact women and children disproportionately. They are more likely to be employed by NGOs forced to make cuts and also more likely to need assistance. Does the Minister agree we need to ring-fence and protect funding to Afghanistan?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have to be absolutely clear about who is driving the oppression of Afghan women and girls. The Taliban have put further restrictions onto women and girls. They have taken further steps, including restricting the internet, which undermines the viability of Afghanistan's economy at a fundamental level. But I can assure the House that we continue to allocate significant funding, £151 million this year. That is a small decrease from last year, but I want to assure the member who I know, the honourable member, who I know remains very committed to these issues, that we remain very much focused on them, and it is the Taliban who need to bear the significant responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The British public are under no illusion of how much resources they're going to take to have the humanitarian aid in Gaza and the rebuild of Gaza, and they want to play their part. Has the government considered using aid match so that we match the public contribution, £1 versus £1 of government money, to increase the proportion of British aid and rebuilding that can happen in Gaza?
Well, I can tell my friend we are looking at different ways to ensure that we can get sufficient resources into Gaza. This will require not just the immediate humanitarian assistance, but also long-term reconstruction aid, and we're continuing to work with our allies and here in the UK on doing so.
Leila Moran.
Last week I met Nada, an Oxford plastic surgeon, who told me of the horrific stories of children that she's been treating in Gaza. I believe the Secretary of State's met her too. The thing that's most concerning is if these wounds don't have care, they will lead to life-changing disabilities. The medics are calling for a humanitarian corridor between Gaza and the West Bank so that those Palestinian children can stay in Palestine. What discussions has she had on this matter?
I have met the doctor that the honourable member refers to. Her work is inspiring, as well as just the most terrible stories of suffering. We do agree that we need to be able to get the humanitarian corridors in place, that we need to be able to treat children, especially in the region, but also she will know we are medevacing children to the UK for treatment as well.
Anna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, ahead of the UN General Assembly, I had the honour of welcoming Vlad, Valeria and Roman, 3 young children who were injured and abducted by Russia during Putin's illegal invasion into Ukraine. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend, the Minister, for taking time out of your busy days to meet with those children, to hear firsthand the horrors they have been through, but also their inspiring stories. Can the Secretary of State update the House on what discussions were held at the UN General Assembly on the unlawful deportation of Ukrainian children, and what further support is being provided to Ukraine to aid their recovery?
Minister.
Well, it genuinely was an honour to meet the 3 young people she mentioned, Mr. Speaker. And as she says, their stories are not only shocking, but they're also inspiring in their courage. I can absolutely assure her that we continue to use every forum, including the United Nations, and also in all of our discussions with partners and allies, and particularly commend the First Lady's initiatives on this issue. And we absolutely want to see those young people returned. It's one of the most heinous aspects of Russia's illegal and barbarous war in Ukraine.
Rigon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The British Council is in dire financial straits. If they disappear, so will the invaluable soft power that they wield. Will the Foreign Secretary commit to meeting with the Chief Executive of the British Council to discuss this as soon as possible?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank Honourable Lady for her question. The British Council plays a crucial role in supporting UK interests around the world, including helping people to learn English, promote the arts and culture. The Foreign Office is providing £160 million in grant aid to the Council this year, which underlines our support. I've already met with the Vice Chair and the Deputy Chief Executive, and I'll be meeting the Chief Executive and the Chair in due course.
Dr. Peter-Prinsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Yaxley Lennon, a.k.a. T. Robinson, has been feted in Israel at the invitation of a government minister, whilst the member for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket, a.k.a. Dr. Peter Prinsley, has been banned. As a British Jew, a member of the Board of Deputies and a vocal supporter of the Israeli people in Parliament, what does the Secretary of State think can be usefully done to rectify this?
Minister.
My honourable friend is an incredibly thoughtful, long-standing commentator on these issues. Both him and his family have made a great commitment, a great contribution to UK-Israeli relations. It was an act of great foolishness to prevent him entering into Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory. We called on the Israeli government at the time, as we did in the previous such instances. We cannot prevent the Israeli government from making decisions which are not in their interest, but this was clearly one of them.
Sir Julian Lewis.
The government's position seems to be that communist China can pose and does pose a wide range of serious threats to the United Kingdom, but isn't a threat itself. How can that possibly make sense?
Well, I think he will have heard me set out very clearly the threats that China poses to our national security, including transnational repression, including support for Russia, including espionage as well. And he will know those range of threats, which is why I think it is deeply frustrating that the prosecution has not taken place. He will also, of course, know that China is a trading partner and we continue to have strong economic relations as well. It is possible for both of those things to be true.
Louis Say.
Speaker, despite a ceasefire being in place for almost a year, Israeli forces struck UN peacekeepers in southern Lebanon just this weekend. What work is the government doing with the Lebanese government and in particular the Lebanese armed forces to shore up our crucial ally in the region?
Minister.
Lebanon is a crucial ally, Mr. Speaker. I will be travelling there shortly and I intend to go to the area affected. It is absolutely vital that Lebanon's borders, both in the east and the south, are secure. That is vital for their security as well as ours.
Final question, Mark Pritchard.
British national Jimmy Lai is currently in a prison in solitary confinement in Hong Kong. He's been there for 5 years. He's 78 years of age. He's in ill health. And his trial will come to an end very, very soon. Ahead of the Apex summit, what representations has the Foreign Secretary made to the White House to ensure that when President Trump meets President Xi, that the case of Jimmy Lai will be raised, as it has been in the last 36 hours, by a cross-party group of 38 US senators?
Foreign Secretary.
I can tell him we continue to be deeply distressed by this case, continue to make representations and also to discuss this case with the US as well and continue to stay in contact with Jimmy Lai's family.
Point of order, Don Butler.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to apologise for not taking the direction of the chair yesterday.
Can I first of all say I thank the honourable member for a point of order and for an apology. I'd also add that should any member need any advice on the rules and convention of the House, the clerks are always available to assist. Point of order, was it Stephen Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not to apologise on this occasion yet.
There is still time.
So, well, give it a minute. Give it a minute. At business questions last week, Mr. Speaker, I put to the leader of the House that he affords time for my early day motion in respect of Prince Andrew to be heard. He intimated to me that options are always available to members to pursue. That's why, in due course, I wrote to the Prime Minister seeking clarity that we would get that opportunity. Since then, there's been further revelations with regards to Prince Andrew hosting not just Harvey Weinstein, but indeed the notorious paedophile Jeffrey Epstein at the Royal Lodge in Windsor. There's been suggestions that this House and this Parliament can take action in relation to his succession in line of the throne, and indeed that we may well end up compensating Prince Andrew too should he move out of the Royal Lodge. Can I get guidance from you as to how I solicit an early response from the Prime Minister to my correspondence?
We nearly did have an apology. Look, can I first of all say thank you to the honourable member for giving notice of his points of order. As the honourable member be aware, and I know he's aware, I made a statement on Thursday last week at the start of business, providing some clarification on ways in which this House can properly consider the matter. In raising this point of order, the honourable member has placed on record his letter to the Prime Minister and the early day motion tabled in his name. The scheduling of time for debate is not a matter for the Chair. I know the honourable member will continue to seek ways to pursue this issue, and he's already reminded the Treasury bench of what he wishes. I will now leave it there. Let the front bench change over. We now come to the Opposition Day motion on stamp duty land tax. I inform the House that I have not selected the amendment. I now call Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move the motion on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, there comes a time in the careers of some in this House when they stand too close to the edge, when they play with fire, when they fly too close to the sun. And to continue in that astronomical metaphor, we have a Chancellor who has truly thrown herself headlong into a colossal black hole entirely of her making. The Chancellor, Mr. Speaker, has trashed our economy, and she will blame anybody but herself. The OBR, the legacy, the Conservative Party, Donald Trump, Brexit, whatever it is, as long as it's not herself. And yet we on this side of the House know the clear truth. We know exactly what has happened to our economy. We know that we had a government that, when it was in opposition, said that there was no way they would be putting up taxes left, right and centre, and yet within a few short months they had done precisely that, layering up taxes on businesses, destroying growth, at the same time as talking down our economy, the fictitious £22 billion black hole, which ironically was debunked as not legitimised by the OBR at the behest of the party opposite themselves. We know that this party has borrowed colossal amounts of money, is due to be spending around £500 billion more than the plans that they inherited. And what has been the consequence of that, Mr. Speaker? It has been elevated inflation. We now have the highest inflation in the G7. The IMF tells us that next year we will once again have the highest inflation in the G7. And the consequences of that, through monetary policy, of course, are that interest rates will be higher for longer, bearing down on those who have mortgages, businesses who wish to borrow. And critically, I will in a moment, critically, when it comes to our burgeoning national debt, which is soaring under this government, the costs of servicing that debt are now running at £100 billion a year, rising to £130 billion across this Parliament. That is twice what we spend on defence. Indeed, if government servicing of our debt was a department of government, it would be the third largest in Whitehall. And none of that money, Mr. Speaker, is going on public services. It is simply going to pay off the creditors who are owed money as a consequence of the profligacy of the party opposite. And I give way to the honourable lady.
Thank the honourable gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. And would he agree with me that Liz Truss's disastrous mini-budget impacted on working families up and down this country with astronomical mortgage interest rates that they're still struggling to fund at this point in time?
I think, Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from the party opposite when it comes to the mismanagement of our economy. What I have just set out has led to a Chancellor that had a budget back in the October of last year in which she blew all the headroom and more, rebuilt it in the spring, and is now, as we all know, heading into this budget on the 26th of November with a gaping black hole that she will have to fill. That is due to economic incompetence. And it is causing huge uncertainty, Mr. Speaker. I speak to businesses up and down the country. None of them know what to expect. They're all fearful about the tax rises that are yet to come. And that is down to this Chancellor. And what are the consequences? The consequences are that we have the highest level of unemployment in 4 years. And just with every other Labour government, we always know in history they leave office with unemployment higher than that which it was when they came into office. In the retail, hospitality and leisure sector alone, 90,000 jobs have been destroyed under this government. Young people bearing the brunt of these policies. Under us, Mr. Speaker, youth unemployment fell by around 45%. Under the last Labour government, it rose by around the same amount. And this government is on course to do that. And young people are particularly, I will in a moment, young people are particularly affected, of course, because the national insurance changes are not just an increase in the rate, they're a reduction in the threshold. And that affects young people desperate to get their first job, that foot on the career ladder, the most. And I give way to my right honourable friend.
Thank you. I'm really grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. And does he agree with me that in such a short period of time, what the opposite benches are showing out, that it's they that cannot be trusted with the economy and the future of this country, and it's time they woke up to the reality?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. We see it in inflation. Inflation running at twice the Bank of England's target or thereabouts, twice or thereabouts that they inherited under us on the day of the general election. And within that, food inflation rocketing up at over 4%, damaging and impoverishing the very people that that party opposite claims to want to stand up for. And could I will give way to the very grateful to my right honourable friend.
Does he agree with me that we also see it in hypocrisy? For example, cabinet ministers who say build, baby, build, whilst at the same time writing letters to the Mayor of London trying to block homes in their own constituency.
Very good point. The right honourable gentleman makes, as usual, a characteristically poignant point. There is another act of damage that this government has created, and that is that some of the most successful high net worth wealth creators in our country have simply gone. They've left. It's estimated 16,000 have gone over the time that this government has been in office. Socialists will say, who cares, good riddance. But they should dwell on this. The tax paid by that 16,000 is probably equivalent to between 1/3 and 500,000 people on average earnings. Hard-working people up and down our country paying the price of Labour's policies. And Mr. Speaker, there are choices here. It does not have to be like this. We can actually reduce taxes if we get on top and control government spending. At my party conference, we set out £47 billion of savings across government, including £23 billion in savings across the welfare budget. What did the government do when they came to try to tackle the welfare budget? They showed us that this is a dad's army of a government with a Captain Mannering of a Chancellor. No match even for the rabble behind them. We know that we need to have responsible tax cuts, Mr. Speaker. That means they need to be funded and they need to lean into growth. And that is why we have announced that were we in government, we would be abolishing stamp duty on primary residences. This is one of the worst taxes in our tax system. The OBR states that a 1% increase in stamp duty will lead to between a 5 to 7% decrease in the number of transactions. And yet, on this government's watch, the stamp duty due on a home valued at £300,000 will have doubled during their time in office. And I will certainly give way to, I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'd like to thank the Shadow Chancellor for giving way, and he's making a very powerful speech. And is he aware that recently in the Treasury Select Committee we were given evidence by a range of tax specialists, all of whom endorsed abolishing stamp duty?
Yes, and can I thank my right honourable friend for the excellent work that she's been doing on the committee, particularly when she chaired that committee in the last Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, I will give way to my...
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree that this government is not only taxing young people's jobs, it's also taxing young people's chances of owning a home by its increase in stamp duty, its increase, rumoured, on the capital gains on principal private residences?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. The reason why we need to abolish this tax, Mr. Speaker, includes the fact that it stands in the way of younger people getting onto the housing ladder. It gums up, to use the words of Paul Johnson, the entire system of house purchasing in our country. In fact, he said, and I quote, "Stamp duty may look like a taxation on wealthy people who move house, but it also acts to reduce effective supply for everyone, and that includes first-time buyers." I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making an excellent speech. Does he agree with me that it also gums up mobility so that people are not able to move? As they lose their job under this Labour government, it makes it more expensive for them to move house to find another.
My honourable friend makes exactly the right point. It does exactly that. It stops people moving to where the work is to get better jobs, to further themselves. Who wants to move to one place, pay stamp duty, then move to another to pay more stamp duty, to move to another to pay more stamp duty? It does not add up, and I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Chancellor for his point. Is he aware of the study done by Jackson Stocks, who looked at people who are 55 and over to see how much abolishing stamp duty would help move the market along, and that in its estimate within the first year that would be 500,000 people, second year 1.4 million people, so significantly allowing people who want to downsize to provide more homes for their families while freeing them up. This is a real blocker. Does he agree with me that that study is really useful to show the power of this policy would have?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Look, this is a blocker, Mr. Speaker, on the aspirations of families who are growing their families, who simply want to find a home with more bedrooms within it. And they can't find those homes often because empty nesters, those for whom the children have left home, are not prepared to face the huge, eye-watering stamp duty that is involved. And the other... I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank him for giving way. But is it reality not that the reason why people can't find homes in England is because his government failed to build them when they were in power?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we built 2.8 million homes since 2010 and 1 million in the last Parliament. It remains to be seen how many homes this government actually builds. But can I say, Mr. Speaker, another huge advantage of abolishing this tax is it will generate more transactions, which means more plumbers, electricians, more builders, designers, more estate agents, surveyors and conveyancers actually getting to benefit and local economies thriving. Above all, Mr. Speaker, abolishing this tax increases the effective supply of housing, and that means a fairer society and a stronger economy. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman giving way. He talks about the huge advantages. Is the Shadow Chancellor aware that if you own a home worth £2 million, under his proposals, you will be benefiting to the tune of £150,000? This is a tax cut for millionaires. Is that right? Is that what he wants?
Well, I've already appraised the honourable gentleman of the fact that on his watch, 16,000 high net worth people have left this country to the huge detriment of our economy. And you cannot tax your way to growth. And we have to abolish this tax right across the piece. That is recognised by think tanks right across the political spectrum. Indeed, the Institute, I will momentarily, the Institute of Economic Affairs says abolishing stamp duty is the single best reform that any government could make to Britain's tax system. But the Resolution Foundation, which may be more to the taste of the honourable gentlemen and women opposite, says of stamp duty, it is, and I quote, one of the most economically harmful ways of raising revenue. That's a simple fact, and I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, and I thank the Shadow Chancellor for giving way. Will he also accept the fact is now that the housing market is virtually stagnant, moribund, and the houses and flats that we want to see built in this country are not being built, because one of the barriers is because the cost of stamp duty is so high that individuals don't want to pay it.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. I've already set out the figures from the OBR, the estimate that a 1% increase in stamp duty means a 5 to 7% reduction in transactions. It is a horrendous and terrible tax, and it remains to be seen later whether the members opposite choose to defend it or not. I give way to my honourable friend.
The Shadow Chancellor has been extremely generous allowing me to intervene. I was just reflecting on the point made by the member opposite. He talked about millionaires getting a tax cut. We're talking about young families getting on their... Does he agree with me, Will, that while they engage in the politics of envy, we will always engage in the politics of hope?
Yes, absolutely. My honourable friend is absolutely right. And as Paul Johnson, formerly of the IFS, says, and I quoted it earlier, it's important, and then in quotes, that this will reduce the effective supply. It also acts to reduce this tax, the effective supply, for everyone, right across every age, right across every income section of the income scale. So if only Parliament, though, and the Secretary, the Parliamentary Secretary, who I see is not in his place, who's a former director of the Resolution Foundation, could show at least some backbone and at least agree with his former self and the quote that I read out from the Resolution Foundation. The facts are, Mr. Speaker, they're very clear, that the government should support this motion today if it believes in growth, if it believes in a fairer society, and if it believes in a stronger economy. So, Mr. Speaker, as we approach this budget, through a period of great uncertainty, the Chancellor faces a clear choice, a choice between still higher taxes or controlling spending and getting taxes down, between continued anaemic growth or getting the size of the government under control, between continued anaemic growth and getting it under control, between jobs destroyed or getting people off benefits and into work, between doing the right thing for our country or simply ducking the challenge. We on this side of the House know what must be done, even at this late stage, to save our economy. Perhaps even the Chancellor herself knows, deep in her heart, that we are right. Yet is it not the truth, Mr. Speaker, that faced with the serried ranks of obstinate delusion arrayed behind her, she is just too weak to act? No plan, no backbone, no wonder, under this government, we are staring into the abyss.
The question is on the order paper. I now call the Chief Secretary, James Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and may I also thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for Central Devon for opening the stage debate with characteristic theatricality in his remarks so far. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that members opposite are desperate to forget their time in office. They are desperate for all of us to forget the damage that they caused to the economy and to public services on their watch. But surely, Mr. Speaker, they cannot have forgotten how the budget process works. And so they will know that no Treasury ministers, particularly in the weeks immediately before a budget, will speculate on tax changes. Any decisions on tax will be taken at the budget by the Chancellor in the usual way. I see surprised faces on the bench opposite, but I remind them this is how the budget process works. As honourable and right honourable members opposite will know, the OBR produces a forecast. The Chancellor will take decisions in the round based on that forecast when she presents a budget to this House on November the 26th. But, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding those limitations on what I, or indeed any minister, can say, I will seek to address some of the ideas that this motion tries to raise. And so, first, let's be honest. Stamp duty is hardly a popular tax. Moving house, buying a home, is a complex, often stressful process. Stamp duty has to be paid at a point when most people feel they probably have enough to worry about already. If there was a cost-free way to get rid of stamp duty, I would not expect long queues of people lining up to keep it. But there is, of course, no cost-free way of doing this. Figures show that it raised £13.9 billion in 24-25. And of course, at this government's first budget, we made changes to stamp duty to help give first-time buyers and other people buying a home to live in an advantage over those buying second home, third homes and more. And so if an opposition party is going to propose getting rid of a tax that raises nearly £14 billion a year, they need to have a plan for doing so. Because being a credible opposition means proposing things that could actually work, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, this motion exposes the total lack of seriousness of the current Conservative Party. It exposes their complete failure to learn any of the lessons of their time in office. I'll give way.
To the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He indicated that if there was a plan to fund this, he would back it. The Shadow Chancellor has clearly set out we do have a plan to fund it, so will he back it?
Yeah, get on with it.
Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable lady is having an attempt at humour in the chamber by pretending there is some kind of a plan from the party opposite for what they're proposing to do. I think to call it half-baked is not really going far enough when talking about the motion that they've put forward today. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, what their motion put forward today shows the recklessness which the party opposite has when they approach the economy. It may be Halloween on Friday, Mr. Speaker, but the ghost of Liz Truss is here today, because the economic recklessness that the former Prime Minister embodied is back in front of us in this chamber today. We have a half-baked motion from the party opposite built on the wholly unworkable premise of more unfunded tax cuts. 3 years on from their disastrous mini-budget, they have learned precisely nothing. I will be interested to see the gentleman's link.
I'd be very interested, Mr. Speaker, in what the Minister intends to do to ungum the housing market. I think he'll accept it's an important part of our economy. He says he's very keen on growth. So what will he do to ungum it? And what does he say to those legions of trades, electricians, plumbers, kitchen fitters who are all looking to the government to provide them with some relief in the months ahead?
Mr. Speaker, I would say to everyone who works in building homes that we are the party who are getting on with building. We are the party who are making those changes to the planning system to get those homes built. And I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite did not address, despite his attempt to make a link to my previous comments, the fact that this motion is entirely half-baked. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, it is a genuine shame for British politics that we have an opposition who thinks they can put forward a motion like this for serious debate in the House of Commons. Because the party opposite, to be fair, Mr. Speaker, is steeped in centuries of opposition and government, but they have become deeply unserious by putting forward motions like this today. Their motion, Mr. Speaker, their motion on the order paper today simply says that their plan to abolish stamp duty is to reduce public expenditure. That is it. That is the sum of their plan.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. He's absolutely right to say that the opposition have not been clear about how they would fund this tax cut, but there are some clues. The Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury told a fringe event at Tory Party conference that we should look at the Australian system of state pension, and in his words, essentially a means-tested state pension. Does my right honourable friend share my concern that under the Tories, the state pension is under threat?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to point out the state pension is under threat if the party opposite were to win the next general election. And in fact, my honourable friend is also right to draw this House's attention to comments that the party opposite made at their party conference, because they may think people are not watching what they say in those fringe meetings at their party conference, but we do get it reported, so we know exactly what they've said. And we know at their recent party conference they think they can find some £47 billion, indeed the Right Honourable Gentleman, through cuts to public spending. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the detail. Let's look at the detail in this, shall we? Because at least half of these fantasy savings come from a welfare plan that amounts to a menu with no prices, a list of measures that they say would raise £23 billion in total, but with no breakdown of how whatsoever. Now, in June of this year, just as they were on their way out of Downing Street, they said they could cut £12 billion from the welfare bill. Now they've doubled it without explanation. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, if the Right Honourable Member for Central Devon thinks he has any credibility on this matter at all, he is sadly mistaken. He is far from the best person to be making this argument, given the fact that he personally oversaw the biggest increase in benefit spending in decades during his time as the Work and Pensions Secretary. I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, but I don't think he's in any position to lecture on reducing the size of the state, given that when Labour attempted to reduce the welfare bill, they marched all of their MPs up the hill to march them down again when they buckled under the pressure coming from his own backbenchers.
Mr. Speaker, as members on all sides of this House will know, we are determined to get people back into work, because that is the way to bring the welfare bill down. That is the way to bring the benefits bill down, and that is the way to make people better off. What is not the right thing to do for this country, Mr. Speaker, is to follow their plans of £47 billion of cuts for which they have no plan and would represent nothing less than a return to austerity, Mr. Speaker, because their £47 billion of cuts, if they were to come from public services, if they were to come from cuts to public services, that would mean 85,700 fewer nurses. It would mean cutting every police officer in the country twice, and it would mean cutting the entire armed forces. Funnily enough, Mr. Speaker, none of that detail is in their motion today. And this is a shame for British politics, as I said, Mr. Speaker, because with their long history, they really should know better. Were it to be the Greens or Plaid or Reform proposing policies with little regard for the consequences, I would not be surprised, because they've never had a chance to implement them. But frankly, to see the party who were in charge for 14 years acting just as recklessly as they are shows just how far they have fallen. On that note.
Well, I'm grateful to the Minister, who's always generous and always has a smile, which is a welcome thing in this chamber. The government spending this year is approaching £1,300 billion, I think, and the party opposite couldn't save 5 because of the people sitting behind the Minister. Is it his complete failure to make even the smallest savings on that monumental budget that makes him find it impossible to believe others would have the will to do so?
Mr. Speaker, what I find impossible to believe from the party opposite is we now have a shadow chancellor claiming to have a plan for £23 billion of welfare cuts when he himself was the Work and Pensions Secretary. He presided over the biggest increase in welfare spending in decades. Now, that is a record which gives him no credibility whatever in this debate. Now, Mr. Speaker, in their motion, the Conservatives also claim that they want to get Britain working, grow the economy, and give people a stronger stake in their communities. And yet, they spend their whole time trying to claim that Britain is broken. They have joined the ranks of those trying to co-opt our flag for their own ends by claiming it is in tatters. And I cannot believe that so many who claim to be proud of our country are so willing to talk it down. Mr. Speaker, our country is not broken. We are a great country filled with great people and great businesses willing to roll up our sleeves and work together for a greater future. But it is clear, Mr. Speaker, that many people across our country feel stuck. Under the last government, our economy stalled, our public services were starved, and opportunities dried up.
I thank the Minister for giving way. He's always very generous with his time. And I'm always smiling in the chamber, as the member opposite will know. There seems to be collective amnesia from the benches opposite. Can he remind me whether the national debt went up or down under the last government?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to draw attention to the record of the party opposite. I think in 2010 the national debt was about 67% of GDP. It was about 100% by the time they left office.
The two sideline conversations, I can't hear the Minister, and everybody wants to hear the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was confirming what I think everyone in this chamber knows of how bad the previous government's record in office was when it comes to the economy. And we know why that record was so bad, and it was because the previous ministers failed to invest when we know that investment is the fuel for our economic engine. And that is why we are taking a different approach. I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Just on helping ministers with amnesia, does he acknowledge that there was a pandemic and that required huge amounts of intervention? Or is his claim that he would have not supported so many people during that period?
Speaking of amnesia, a lot of people on that side forget Liz Truss, and they're not very prepared to talk about the impact that she had. And we know. You want to come in? Okay, sorry.
Speaking of amnesia, Mr. Speaker, would the right honourable gentleman like to remind the House what the deficit was in 2010 when we first formed a government?
Mr. Speaker, what's right?
Were you born at that time?
Mr. Speaker, I was definitely born at that time, Mr. Speaker. I was doing my maths there very rapidly, but I can be confident in saying that. I think I've quite lost my way now after that intervention from the Speaker, Mr. Speaker. But let me just return to the main thrust of the argument that I was making a few moments ago, which is to make the point that our approach as a government is a serious government who is a serious partner for the private sector, and that is why we're investing in things that will get our country moving again. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is early days, and the damage the Tories did will take time to unpick, and there will, of course, be more difficult decisions ahead. But since we came to power, this government has announced £250 billion of new investment commitments, creating tens of thousands of jobs. The Bank of England has cut interest rates 5 times, so that if you are on a tracker mortgage of just over £200,000, you are already around £100 a month better off. We have cut red tape and changed planning regulations so that we can deliver 1.5 million new homes over the course of this Parliament. We have acted to accelerate the construction of nearly 100,000 new homes, which were previously stuck. We were the fastest growing G7 economy in the first half of this year, and most telling of all, since the general election, real wages have risen by more than they did in the first 10 years of the Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, the answer to the nation's challenges from the Conservatives are always the same, and they are austerity. They want to cut spending, increase debt, and accept decline. And in contrast, we will never accept austerity, and we will never gamble with the public finances.
I'm grateful to the Minister giving way. Another term for austerity is living within your means. That's what the British public understand. That's the point we're trying to make here. And when difficult decisions need to be made by the other side, they've fallen short. So could he explain why the government isn't living within its means?
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable gentleman will know, the Chancellor's fiscal rules say that day-to-day spending must be paid for through tax receipts. That is a definition of living within your means. And those fiscal rules were met at the first budget last year, at the spring statement this year, and they are an ironclad commitment that we will continue to meet those fiscal rules at the autumn budget coming up next month. Mr. Speaker, those fiscal rules underpin our approach to the economy and our approach to stronger public finances, because we know that fiscal responsibility, which the previous government abandoned, underpin a stable economy. We need to secure our country's renewal through that public and private investment. We want to secure rising wages, support for businesses, more jobs, more homes and more opportunities in every corner of our country. Mr. Speaker, the motion brought before this House today simply is not serious. It is an admission from the members opposite that after years in power and countless opportunities to reflect and learn from their mistakes, all they can come up with is the same failed solution. More unfunded tax cuts, more cuts to public services, more failure to invest, more austerity and more pain for the British people. And that is what will keep them on the opposite benches for a very long time. On this side of the House, we reject their recklessness, we reject their lack of ambition for our country, and we reject this motion today.
Daisy Cooper, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our tax system is a mess. It's complicated and unfair. It's riddled with cliff edges that distort behaviours and create inequities, and there are exemptions that haven't been reviewed for years. Council tax is outdated and hated. Inheritance tax and capital gains allow the super wealthy to exploit loopholes whilst the squeezed middle picks up the tab. Business rates are a tax on bricks and mortar which penalises our high streets, whilst online giants corner more and more of the market. IR35 is a sledgehammer to crack a nut for contractors, and R&D tax credits are in such a muddle, it's triggering lots of disputes, even for legitimate claims. Madam Deputy Speaker, when any one of these is tweaked, it causes problems elsewhere. And what we see time and again is that when people want to do the right thing, they want to pay the right amount of tax and query a tax issue, they call HMRC only to have the call handler hang up, or contact the VOA and have to spend money on an expensive third party who specialises in disputes. Stamp duty too, Madam Deputy Speaker, has all the hallmarks of a bad tax. It is a transaction tax. It is an extra cost that stops people from moving. They might want to move to start a family, to take up a new job, or to take on caring responsibilities. It stops people from getting on the housing ladder, from upsizing and sometimes downsizing too. It gums up the housing market in a country where we simply cannot afford for that to happen. It does disincentivise people from moving, and it holds back a dynamic economy.
You should give way on that point.
I will.
I'm very grateful to the Lib Dem spokesperson making some excellent points. Therefore, will she be supporting the motion today?
No, for all the reasons I can come on to. So here's the rub. You were a fraction too early. It raises a lot of money. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is presumably why the Conservatives didn't seek to scrap it at any point during all their years in power. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, for primary residences, stamp duty from primary residences in England and Northern Ireland raises around £4 billion in 2023-24. And it suggests that there will be a cost of £9 billion. It will raise £9 billion in 2029 to 30. The IFS estimates that the cost in 2029-30 is around £11 billion, with the additional costs in Scotland and Wales taken into account. That means, Madam Deputy Speaker, that abolishing stamp duty on primary residences would cost in the region of 36 to 44 billion in total over the next 5 years. For anybody who isn't keeping up, this is almost the cost of a mini-budget, just in slow motion. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservative Party says that they want all of those cuts to come from public expenditure. But in this motion, they do not say where it would come from. Well, by my calculations, to make those savings, they could choose to scrap nearly the whole of the Ministry of Justice. Given revelations in recent days about prisoners being let out wrongly, it feels like they may already have done that. Madam Deputy Speaker, they could instead decide to end all support for farmers by scrapping the entirety of the DEFRA budget, which should reach £7.4 billion in 28-29, including capital. Maybe they would want to do well, it doesn't say so in the motion. Maybe they would want to do away with clearing the vast majority of the NHS maintenance backlog, the cost of which would reach it in a single year. Or maybe they would want to scrap the £12 billion a year SEND budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not clear in the motion of the opposition party today where those cuts would come from. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a strong case for looking at reforming or scrapping stamp duty altogether alongside other property tax reforms and moving to a land value tax. Indeed, some commentators suggest that scrapping stamp duty and council tax together and phasing in land value over time could be one way to move ahead.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
I would give way.
The average price of a property in St Albans is £642,000 a year. Under the proposals of her party, how does she think her constituents are going to face paying ever more taxes, either through stamp duty land tax or the council tax reforms that she and her colleagues are proposing?
Well, as the honourable gentleman would understand, I'm not setting out proposals today. I'm commenting on the proposals from his party. Madam Deputy Speaker, for the record, I outlined that there are some commentators who have been talking about how to change this. This was not setting out Liberal Democrat policy. I was discussing what some commentators have been pointing towards. Well, I'm sure over the next 2 or 3 years, as we get closer to the general election, they'll be very interested to read our tax plans, which are under active consideration. Madam Deputy Speaker, even if people cannot agree on what should replace it, they can agree on this. If you change one tax on its own, in isolation, it has knock-on negative effects. And far from giving more people the security of home ownership, this measure in isolation would make it more out of reach. And how do we know that? Because during the temporary stamp duty holiday in 2020-21, there was a big surge in house prices. That had a negative impact on house buyers. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the Conservative Party is truly interested in growing the economy, indeed, if the government is interested in growing the economy, surely they will agree that the best and most immediate way to do that is to reverse the damage of their terrible Brexit deal with Europe. Analysis shows Analysis shows, Madam Deputy Speaker, that if the government did a better deal with the EU within their own red lines, well, I'll tell them again, it would raise an additional £25 billion per year, Madam Deputy Speaker. £25 billion per year by unleashing the growth potential of our exporting British businesses. That is the way to grow our economy, to do away with the 2 billion pieces of paperwork that have come in since Brexit, enough paper that can wrap around the world 15 times, and yet they still groan. Madam Deputy Speaker, 15 months ago, it seemed as though the Conservatives were struggling to adjust to life in opposition. Now it seems to me that they are simply enjoying it far too much. That's precisely why this idea of abolishing stamp duty in isolation and funding it through cuts to public services alone is fantasy economics and desperate politics. This announcement at the Conservatives Party conference had everything to do with the Leader of the Opposition keeping herself in post until after May's elections, and nothing to do with making a serious contribution to the debate on tax reform. Madam Deputy Speaker, this motion is unfunded, unserious and not worth the paper it is written on, and that is why we won't be supporting it.
Jonathan Hinder, please.
Speaker, let's cut straight to the point. What we're discussing today is a Tory plan for tax cuts for the better off, with no plan to pay for it. That's what the Tories have chosen to spend their opposition day on. My constituents in Pendle and Clitheroe are frustrated at the stark regional inequality in our country, which means London and the South East are now, economically speaking, another country altogether. And they lament the lack of public investment in transport, infrastructure and skills that this Labour government is now seeking to put right. So it's staggering that today the Tories have chosen to propose tax cuts for people buying expensive homes in London and the South East, further entrenching that regional inequality. In the North West, the average house price is about $200,000. In London, it's over $550,000. That means that 95% of first-time buyers in the northwest of England do not pay stamp duty, whereas in London, 80% of them do. So, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. These are the priorities of the same old Conservative Party that we've always known, prioritising the protection of wealth in the South East above the concerns of constituents like mine. Where would their supposed spending cuts fall? They don't actually tell us. So we can only assume they would fall on public services in areas like Pendle and Clitheroe. Madam Deputy Speaker, the funny thing is, I'm a strong advocate of serious property tax reform. But the Tories aren't proposing to address the most unfair, regressive tax in Britain, the council tax. A council tax system that punishes working class people in the north precisely because they live in a poorer area. Can you believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that someone living in a £1 million London townhouse will pay £1,000 less per year in council tax than a constituent of mine living in a house worth £250,000? It bears repeating. £1,000 less if you live in a £1 million London townhouse than if you live in a £250,000 house. It is outrageous. And if the Conservatives were still a serious party, then perhaps they would focus on the council tax, which is so emblematic of the regional inequalities I just mentioned, and these inequalities that have condemned once prosperous regions of the country to steady economic decline. But they won't, because they quite literally now no longer represent regions like mine. And I look across the chamber, I can't see a North West Conservative MP, but then that's not so difficult because there are now only 3. They're a rare species, just as they are in many other regions outside the South East. So the Conservative Party's answer remains the same as it has always been, that growth in the South East will lift up constituencies like mine, make those with wealth wealthier, and everyone else will benefit, they say. But that failed economic thinking has failed time and time again. So, let me finish by saying, by saying that property taxes in this country do need radical reform. And in that, I hope I can find allies on all sides of this House. We need a more proportional property tax. But the Tories' harebrained idea to scrap stamp duty, a big tax cut for the better off in the South East, with no plan to pay for it, while leaving the regressive council tax untouched, is just not serious. Thank you.
Kit Malthouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very sorry to hear the honourable gentleman's antipathy towards the South East. I can assure him it's not reciprocated, and no doubt the London members who may or may not be present here will have something to say to him about the wealth or welfare of their residents. Madam Deputy Speaker, since this government was elected, I have often called to mind the famous aphorism uttered by Ronald Reagan about the government's contemplation of the economy. He said they think if it moves, tax it, if it keeps moving, regulate it, and if it stops moving, subsidise it. And it feels to me as if with housing in particular, we're moving into the third of those phases. And I'm afraid, contemplating the fact that with some alarm in chasing their huge housing target, noble though it is and shared by this party, we're about to see enormous subsidies in the budget pumped towards the housing market, which is precisely the wrong thing to do, particularly for a government which is struggling to create growth within the economy. What they seem to have failed to realise is that if you allow capitalism to function, if you allow it to do what it's supposed to do, it is brilliant at creating abundance. It has been the single greatest tool for alleviating poverty across the world that humankind has ever known. And yet here in this country, not just this government, but to my alarm, previous governments over the last 20 years or so, have not appreciated the formula of incentives that's required for capitalism to function, and particularly damaging for it to function or not function as it has been within the housing market. And that's particularly salient for the United Kingdom, whose economy is so closely tied to its domestic housing market. If you look at the correlation between the two, it's pretty much one-to-one. If the housing market is doing well, our economy is doing well, and vice versa. And that points to the problem that we face with this particular tax. I just wanted to raise, if I may, a few points, Madam Deputy Speaker, about this motion. And I agree entirely with the Shadow Chancellor in his excellent opening speech. First of all, this is not a tax on wealth or even on property. It's a tax on decision-making. It skews people's ability to conduct their life as they wish to, and it deters decisions within the housing market and bungs it up in a way that means it doesn't work for anybody, wherever they sit in that market, paying stamp duty or not. Because for capitalism to work, for a market to work, there need to be lots and lots of transactions. There needs to be fluidity, liquidity. That's what achieves a steady price. That's what creates abundance, because people know they can take a risk in a market because they'll find a counterparty. Scarcity is what raises prices, and that's exactly the position we find ourselves in the moment. And penal rates of stamp duty do precisely to the housing market what none of us want them to do, which is that they reward scarcity. They push people into other forms of economic activity, and means that they can't fulfil the wishes and aspirations of their family, by all means.
For giving way, it's very generous on his time, and I agree with him in the housing market on the importance of creating abundance. Does he therefore think it was wrong for his party and the Prime Minister at the time in the general election to come to my constituency and to campaign against the new homes being built there that we know that this country so desperately needs?
Hear, hear.
Well, look, I was Housing Minister for 12 golden months, during which I'm pleased to say the United Kingdom achieved its highest starts and finishes of housing for 10 years either side. And not that that was entirely due to my stewardship, but nevertheless, I'll take the credit. So I'm with him in wanting to encourage the building of a significant number of houses, and I'm very pleased that large numbers are to be built in my constituency, but they have to be built in the right place. We have to protect our landscape, we have to protect our countryside and heritage, and we need at the same time to recognise that many of our market towns need to grow and reach sustainable size. So we can have the houses, they just have to be in the right place. And also, we have to, I think we'll be able to embrace more housing if somehow we're able to breach the conspiracy of crap, frankly, excuse my language, Madam Deputy Speaker, crass word, but it's just a a great way of summing up the fact that we're building terribly badly designed houses. The conspiracy between planners and the development community to produce ersatz housing across the country, rather than building beautiful designed houses, as generations of house builders did before us. It won't come as a surprise to the honourable gentleman that in his constituency, as in mine, the most valuable houses, irrespective of size, are often the oldest houses, the Victorian houses, and even earlier periods, Georgian houses that command huge prices because they're seen as desirable because of their beauty. So we can have the houses as long as we put them in the right place and they look good. Yes.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and this stamp duty policy will help lubricate the system, but he's talking about putting the houses in the right place. And can he agree with me that this government really does need to follow through on that and put the houses in the right place? They've got to prioritise brownfield sites, and they've got to stop bringing in policies that are going to rip up the green belt, which in areas like mine in Epping Forest represent the heart and lungs of our area.
I completely agree with the honourable gentleman, and the best people who can decide where houses should go are local people, and that's why for many years I've been a strong proponent of neighbourhood planning. It is proven time and time again that neighbourhood planning actually produces more houses than other forms of planning, in particular local plans, something like 15 to 20% more. Because if you get the design right and you put power in the hands of local people, they will very often make the right choices, not just for their community, but also for the next generation as well. The second point I wanted to make was a point made by the Shadow Chancellor very powerfully, which is that we should recognise that a gummed-up housing market, and it is stagnating at the moment, really suppresses the renovation and construction supply chain. When people move house, they invest in redecoration, they invest in extensions, they put a new roof on the house, they build on the side, they do all sorts of things to it that are good and valuable, productive economic activity, which we're missing out on at the moment. Yes.
Can I commend the honourable gentleman for what he's saying and commend the opposition for bringing forward this proposal? In Northern Ireland, house prices have risen by 7.7%, the highest in all of the United Kingdom. What's happening in my constituency, I suspect, and others, is that young people are coming to me and saying, I can't get a mortgage, so they need help. I'm hoping that this proposal tonight, brought forward by the opposition, will be one that can give that hope. The aspiration that the honourable gentleman refers to, that I have as well, every person wants to own their own house. This will be a method of making sure that the young people have that opportunity.
Well, I understand the honourable gentleman's hope for the next generation, and I completely agree with him. As somebody with 3 children, I hope they get the same housing opportunities and economic opportunities that I did. Sadly, unfortunately, the way the housing market has gone and is going, it doesn't look to me as if that's going to be the case. But he makes the point that I made in the opening of my speech very neatly. We've come full circle to the extent that to get young people on the housing ladder now, we want to have a subsidy scheme. Instead of thinking again about how we can have a market that functions for them, a deregulated free market that allows the houses to be built that can accommodate young people, we're saying, well, actually what we should do is take tax off them and then give it back to them in the form of housing subsidy, which seems to me nonsensical. So just back to my point on supply chain, there are thousands and thousands of small builders around the country desperate for this kind of work and seeing the housing market stagnating and seeing the work reducing. But worse than that, in areas of high property value, what you find is that instead of moving, those that do have capital decide to build down or up or out. And so we get a densification, particularly in areas like central London, which very often causes significant problems. And then, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to move on to the fact why this tax actually doesn't work very well for government either. First of all, as members will know, it is pro-cyclical. It crashes at a time when the government needs it most. So during the 2007-8 crash, stamp duty receipts fell by 60%. We saw a surge in stamp duty receipts during the window a year or so ago, but since then it's been falling very significantly, and the Chancellor, who's facing very significant fiscal problems, is going to see that fall even further. So it doesn't work for government on that basis either. Secondly, it's a bad tax because of its salience. Economists have this idea that taxes have a salience, which is frankly how much people notice they're being taken. VAT has low salience because we don't really notice it. It goes in the price of what we pay. Income tax, PAYE, has low salience. This tax is enormously noticeable. At a moment when people are making a huge decision about their lives, they're trying to progress their families, wham, there comes the government saying we're going to have a slice of your wealth. Yeah.
Extremely grateful to my right honourable friend. He's obviously making a brilliant speech. But on that last point, does he acknowledge in terms of the salience, it has had a particularly pronounced effect in the capital, particularly for those that come to this country, that invest in this country, create jobs. And one of the prime reasons why we've seen such a significant, perhaps 16,000 people leave this country is because of the incidence of that tax in the capital.
Well, he's completely right, and he makes a very powerful point. As I say, anybody, overseas or here, who comes particularly to London and the South East, or frankly anywhere in the country, and wants to make a significant purchase, is immediately presented with a massive bill, a huge bill that cannot be borrowed, that comes out of any equity that you may have spare lying around, or that you may have saved up for years to build towards your housing decision. And for the government to show up and take it at that moment of significance in anybody's life seems to me to be extremely damaging. In the same way that when the government shows up on the death of a relative and says, we'll take our slice, this tax has enormous salience. And as a result, stamp duty, along with inheritance tax, are easily the two most unpopular taxes in the country. Yes.
Thank the honourable gentleman for being so generous with his time and the interesting points that he's putting forward. It just surprises me that nobody on the benches opposite brought these points forward in the last 14 years. Stamp duty land tax is not a new tax. It's a tax that went up over the last government, and yet there have been no proposals brought forward until this unfunded announcement made at the party conference a few weeks ago.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, she shouldn't assume that from the outward utterances there wasn't an internal conversation going in within the party about what our tax strategy should be. And those in the chamber who will have shared the cabinet table with me will know that that was often a very vigorous conversation. So I'll leave it at that. And then the third point, I will in a minute. The third point I wanted to make, I guess it's possibly might be the one that appeals most to the opposite benches, which is that actually this is a very generationally unfair tax. Younger people move house more often. They are more exposed to this tax. The younger you are, the more likely you are to be building a family, require more space, be moving up the ladder. Older people tend to sit still. They sit pretty on their capital. They sit pretty often on their unmortgaged houses. And because of the lack of a market, generally under-occupy the houses which they own. And so when looking at stamp duty, you have to look at it in terms of generational fairness as well. I know hundreds and hundreds in my own constituency, aspirational families who need more space, who would like to move up the ladder, who've worked hard and accumulated money and deposit that will allow them to do so, that want to spend that money on curtains and carpets and decoration and all the rest of it, who are deterred from doing so because of this tax. And so if we're going to be fair to the next generation, not only do we have to build the houses that they want to buy, we have to make it cheap for them to buy them too, and that means cancelling stamp duty as well. So for all these reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, for fluidity and liquidity in a market that is skewed in a way that it produces artificially high prices, for a market in which developers will take a risk and build more houses and landowners will put land forward, but fundamentally for a generation which is being denied access to housing, we need to take very seriously the idea that stamp duty sits at the heart of this problem and to abolish it entirely. And for those who say, like the Liberal Democrats, that this will raise prices, well, of course it will raise prices if you tell people there's a window, because you get a frantic activity by those who are desperate to buy. If it becomes a permanent abolition, then you get a liquid market that achieves a real price, notwithstanding this initial bump. And for those who say the savings can't be found, as the honourable gentleman said, on the budget of that size, if you can't find this amount of money, I had a look this
morning, I could find 50% of it out of the Department of Transport, no problem. And if we add that to the half of welfare reforms, the other half could come from the welfare reforms that the Labour Party bottled on, we could easily find the money and do the whole country and the economy an enormous favour.
Chris Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Member from North West Hampshire for his speech and also for his fight and campaign within his party in favour of abundance and against scarcity. I hope it is a fight that he can win, given the damage that was done by not having enough of that attitude when the Conservatives were previously in power. And I hope, given that this debate cannot happen in isolation from the supply of housing, that at the next election I will not be facing leaflet after leaflet after leaflet from the Conservative Party campaigning against the building of new homes that this country so desperately needs. And can I also start by thanking the opposition for securing this debate, and also want to start on a few points where I hope that we can agree. Stamp duty is a dreadful tax. It discourages the very behaviour we should want to encourage: people moving homes that no longer suit them and into properties that do. As an example, as has been mentioned by many others, it deters people from downsizing, which means fewer family homes become available for those who may need it. And in much of London and the South East, where housing costs are already painfully high, it makes moving almost prohibitively expensive. At a time when, for various reasons, the demand side of the housing market is struggling, it is also a barrier to building the homes that this country so desperately needs. So I think there was a lot to agree with on the drive in order to campaign against stamp duty, and then I am in no doubt that we should find a path to removing it. However, I can't support the motion today for two reasons. Firstly, because, as has been said, a tax cut of around £9 billion must come with an honest explanation of how it is going to be paid for. If there were apparently tens of billions of cuts that you could make to the state, then you can only conclude that it was pretty negligent for the previous government not to find them when they were in power for 14 years. When they were handing out redundancy notices to police officers, why were they not making those cuts instead? Unfunded tax cuts are either a return to Liz Truss or a return to Tory austerity. But there is a second and perhaps more important point that I would like to discuss. The focus on stamp duty alone, I fear through the motion today, is too narrow, when we need, as was mentioned earlier, a wider conversation about property taxes in this country. The Right Honourable Member for North West Hampshire, my apologies, I think was actually wrong in one of the remarks that he made. I used to work in market research, so stamp duty is not actually, and inheritance tax is not actually the most unpopular tax in this country. Council tax is consistently the most unpopular tax in this country. Of course, I'll give way.
Does he regret that his government has not honoured its pre-election promise to reduce council tax?
I'm going to come on to some comments about the unfairness of the council tax system in the moment. But the point about this, we can have a conversation about tax and spend in this country, and there's a much wider conversation to have. But this debate today is focusing on a very specific tax cut to a very specific part of property taxation, and I think there is a problem, as I'll mention, with having that conversation in isolation and rather having the bigger, bolder, more politically brave conversation that I would like the opposition to start about wider reforms to our property tax market. Of course, I'll give way.
I must say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm really encouraged by the Honourable Gentleman's speech. For once, he's not purely dealing in the sort of 14 years of failure rhetoric from the party opposite. He recognises that stamp duty is a bad tax, and he says that we need a proper, joined up and deeply thought through approach to getting rid of it. Is he pledging to lead such an operation within the Labour Party? Because for the next 4 years, there are 400 plus Labour MPs. It's the debate within his party that's more important than the one within our own.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad he asked me to comment on the 14 years of Tory failure, which failed to grow the British economy and created many of the problems that this country now faces. And I do think that while there were many good remarks made in the opening speech from the Shadow Chancellor, there was a little bit of amnesia about just the state that was left to this government. But we do need to have an honest conversation about tax reform, including to property taxes. Council tax does... We've spoken a little bit about the IFS and what they've said, and they're right. The UK essentially relies on two big but fairly broken property taxes. Council tax does not create the distortions that stamp duty does, but it's regressive. Stamp duty creates these distortions, but at least it's progressive and mitigates against some of those regressive elements of council tax. If you only look at one half of the equation and simply cut stamp duty, we will tilt that system further in favour of the wealthiest households, many of them in London and the South East, while telling lower and middle income families elsewhere that, that there is nothing in the system for them. And we should consider just how unfair council tax has become. Given the top band is capped so lightly, a modest family home in the North or Midlands can face a similar bill to a multi-billion-pound townhouse in London. We've quoted Paul Johnson, so I'm going to quote a tweet from Paul Johnson, formerly of the IFS, if that's okay. Buckingham Palace, valued at around £1 billion, sits as a Band H property and is charged £1,828 by Westminster City Council, less than the average three-bedroom semi in Blackpool. 46% of households in England will receive a bigger council tax bill than Buckingham Palace. That is clearly a broken tax system. And if we ignore that and just focus on stamp duty, then we're only going to make that broken system worse. And of course, because successive governments have not had the bravery to revalue those tax bands, they're still based on 1991 values. In 1991, Tim Berners-Lee had just released the World Wide Web. Nirvana had released Nevermind. Will Smith was filming the first series of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and I was not born. A lot has changed since then. And yet we still have not reformed the way we do council tax valuations. So yes, I will agree that we should set a path to reduce and ultimately reform the way we do stamp duty. But we should do it as part of a broader package that shifts tax away from transactions and towards ongoing occupation of higher value properties. Now that could include revaluation and rebanding of council tax so that the bills reflect today's values. It could include a higher rate of surcharge on the most expensive property and targeted reliefs to support downsizers and first-time buyers. Yes, go on. Last time.
The Honourable Gentleman, he's giving a brilliant speech, I must say, and it smells like teen spirit to me because of the energy that he's bringing to it. Would he recognise, as well as council tax, and I agree with most of the points he's made about council tax, if you see what a small flat in Beverley the council tax charges compared to a multi-million-pound apartment in Westminster, it's outrageous, and I agree with him. But does he also see that the business property relief, this BPR, is going to be bringing in huge costs on businesses like house builders? I met one last week. If that business was worth £100 million, say on the death of the owner, it would be a £20 million tax. The person who inherits it would have to extract 40 million from that business in order to do it. And as they told me, for every 40 million you take out of the business, that's 120 million of investment not made in housing. Would he recognise there's a real problem there?
And I think with respect, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've already stretched the debate a little bit far away from stamp duty, and I don't want to go into a wider tax system. But I'll finish off. I think it's important to widen this debate out to a wider conversation about property taxes, as I've tried to do. And if the opposition genuinely wants to remove stamp duty, I invite them to engage in that wider conversation in good faith. If you want to remove the costs at the point of transaction for high-value homes, the only fair route is to ask those homes to contribute more through day-to-day charges. That would be a system that was fairer, supported mobility, and meets the objectives that I think members from across this House share. A housing market that works, more building, a tax system that is both pro-growth and fiscally responsible. Thank you.
I call Blake Stevenson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, stamp duty is the worst kind of tax, and it feels like there's cross-party consensus on that point in this House today. It's a tax that stands in the way of the aspiring young couple who want to buy their first home or when they want to move on and bring up a family. It's a tax that punishes the older couple who want to downsize to a more suitable home once their family has flown the nest. It's a tax that stifles growth and it restricts mobility. And it's even a tax that's become so complex that it confuses even deputy prime ministers. So I think it's in all of our interest to simplify this taxation, and we do that by abolishing it, so that we can also get the housing market moving once again. I know members from across the House have spoken about how the housing market is bunged up. It absolutely is bunged up. There are so many properties on the market for many, many, many months not selling at all levels within the housing chain, not just multi-million-pound houses. But if those multi-million-pound houses don't sell, then houses throughout the chain also don't sell, impacting young people, families and old people right throughout the country. We have a commitment to unshackling our housing market by abolishing stamp duty on primary residence. And I was really pleased to see that announcement in the Conservative Party conference a few weeks ago. And I'm pleased also to hear the honesty from my right honourable friend from North West Hampshire when he says this debate has been ongoing in the party for some time. And I'm pleased, very pleased indeed, that we've settled on this position. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency in Mid-Bedfordshire, the average house price is around £372,500. Purchasing that property would require stamp duty outlay, if the online stamp duty calculators are accurate, of £8,625. When the stamp duty land tax was introduced on land transactions by the then Labour government in December 2003, the average house price in my constituency was £169,000, with a stamp duty outlay of just £1,090. Taken together with increasing house prices, that's a 224% increase in the cost of buying a home. By comparison, average earnings have risen by 190% in that same period. Now, abolishing stamp duty won't fix that overnight. We still need to do more to build warm, dry homes in the places people want to live. And I'm pleased that in this debate today, that this debate has been broadened out slightly to discuss house building. I think parties from across this House want to build good quality homes in the right places for young people to get on the housing ladder. I think we are not at odds with that at all. They do need to be in the right places, and I agree with my honourable friend, again from North West Hampshire, in that the quality of those homes is incredibly important. If we improve the quality of new build homes, I think that our communities would be much more open to accepting house building in our communities, which would increase supply and improve opportunities for young people. I think that's critical to all members across this House. But places like London, Madam Deputy Speaker, where this government and their Labour Mayor have utterly failed to tackle a severe housing crisis with lower targets and reduced aspiration, not ambition. Building more houses will help to arrest the charging growth in house prices, but we know that just building is unlikely to bring prices down. 20% fewer 25 to 34-year-olds are homeowners today than in the year 2000. Average first-time buyers are almost a decade older today than they were in the 1980s. Our property market is failing our young people. So in this place, we must do more to make it more affordable for people to make that next move. The Chancellor, despite desperate to raise more money following her economic vandalism, wants to drag more people into paying stamp duty or a higher rate of stamp duty by freezing thresholds.
Yes, absolutely.
Reform, reportedly about to scrap their half-baked stamp duty plans, are looking to concrete over our greenbelt as they lack any credible plans to deliver homes at all. The Conservatives are the only party with a sensible plan to unlock our housing market, to give young people a stake in society and roots in their community. By abolishing stamp duty on primary residence, we can make it over 2% cheaper for families to buy the average house in my constituency overnight. We can save prospective first-time buyers in London an average of £18,000. And I'm sure members, or I think at least one member on the other side representing a London seat, may wish to comment on the savings that she could deliver to her constituents by supporting this motion and pushing this policy through within her party. That's the sort of real impact that people will feel in their pockets. And it's a real impact that they will feel while unboxing their prized possessions in the living room of their new family home. Enabling a new generation of young people to achieve the dream of home ownership, enabling young people to move up the housing ladder into more suitable family homes, unlocking our housing market and knocking down a barrier to social mobility, stimulating our economy and abolishing the drag on growth. That is what I got into politics to deliver, Madam Deputy Speaker, less government red tape, fewer taxes on aspiration and mobility, and families in a home of their own. Thank you.
Dr. Jeevan-Sundar.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to speak in this debate on stamp duty. But there's a lot of agreement on both sides of the House. I think that if we could just abolish stamp duty, we would. So the question is not about stamp duty or abolishing it. The question is, how do you pay for it? And what we've seen from the benches opposite in their so-called costing is £23 billion of cuts to social security. Now, these are £23 billion they couldn't deliver while they were in office. But also £23 billion that would lead to rising destitution, and not just for those who are out of work, not just for children, but also those who are in work as we speak. It's worth thinking, Madam Deputy Speaker, about how the social security system has changed over time, what's happened in our economy and indeed high-income nations across the world. Technological change means that we've divided between high and low-paid jobs. It means some jobs, mostly done by graduates, pay enough to live, and a lot more do not pay enough to live at all. For a two-parent household to just afford the basics, just the basics, and have 2 kids, is £35,000 each they need to earn. 40% of full-time workers earn less than this. So in order to top up wages, in order so people can afford to live, we have used the social security system to top up wages. It's what we did with working tax credits. It's what the benches opposite did when they reformed it to become universal credit. But of course, what did they build into that system? A huge amount of cuts. And what did those cuts mean? It meant food banks in our nation that we'd never known previously. It made kids going hungry. It made parents not being able to afford the basics. It meant that people across this country who worked hard, did the right thing, could not afford a decent living. And today we're sitting here, and the party opposite is once again suggesting £23 billion of cuts to social security. That's £23 billion out of the pockets of families and working families as well. It is shocking. It should mean something to them. It should mean something to all of us. Our nation does better when every single one of us can afford a decent life. It absolutely should be the case that people who work hard should also be able to have a decent life. And yet these cuts would mean the opposite. I'll give way.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for giving way. He's making a very powerful argument. But I just wonder whether he reflects on the size of the welfare budget now. Is he making the argument that welfare spending should not come down at all?
Not at all the argument I'm making. The argument I'm making is, how do you ensure that people live a decent life? That £23 billion of social security spending with huge amounts of destitution and increasing inaffordability for families. And also this benches opposite as well. I worked at Treasury under George Osborne. Even he wouldn't come up with something like this. And when he tried to do it, he did not get it past his house. I'll give way.
Reflect on the fact that 1 in 6 people in this country on universal credit are not British citizens, and how would he justify that to his constituents?
People in this country who have the right to remain and the right to work, and people who have earned social security contributions can claim so. He'll also know that many people in this country have no recourse to public funds at all, which meant, for example, during the pandemic, despite paying into the system, they couldn't claim back out. It's a shame to see where the party opposite has got to on this stuff, to be honest with you. There was a time when the party opposite condemned Enoch Powell. There was a time when the party opposite joined us across this House in believing that every single person, regardless of the colour of their skin, if they're given the legal status to remain, have rights and responsibilities as a British citizen. It's such a shame to see where the party opposite has gotten to. And the truth is, I think the party opposite feels ashamed as well. When they talk about things like cultural coherence, we can hear the dog whistle. Across this country, we hear it. And I tell you why, because British citizenship is not just about the colour of our skin or the way we look. It's our values and the way we act and the way we cohere together. Different communities across this nation who speak in different ways. It's a deep, deep shame. Dog whistle away. Yeah, gone.
I thank him for giving way. I just call upon him to reflect on the fact that, regardless of political difference, it's the Conservative Party that has delivered 3 female Prime Ministers. One Prime Minister, the first one from an ethnic minority background, whilst his party has not managed to present a leader other than a white man.
Sunder response. Let's try and keep this debate in scope. Dr. Gibbons-Sunder.
And look how much the party opposite has changed since last July. That's where we are. I will come back, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the issue at hand. 4.5 million children in poverty. 1 in 6 children in households have food insecurity. They're struggling to make ends meet. £23 billion of welfare cuts. That does mean that families can't afford and children can't afford to eat. It does mean those who are most destitute becoming poorer. And it also means, of course, that working families, 40% of them on universal credit, who are working families, will see cuts as well. That is the outcome here, making our nation poorer. That's not what we should want. It's not what we want. And the benches opposite, I'd hope it's not what they want either. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
It's an absolute joy to see the wonderful Chelsea pensioners in their glorious red uniforms observing proceedings on behalf of Mr. Speaker. No doubt it will elevate the debate. To do so, Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate, and I think the quality of contributions from all sides has been excellent today, and that's not always the case over recent months. Madam Deputy Speaker, no one in Beverley and Holderness likes paying stamp duty, not first-time buyers in Beverley, not grandparents seeking to downsize in Heddon, and of course, as we know, it's not very popular even with the Right Honourable Member for Ashton under Lyne. Stamp duty was first introduced in 1694 to fund our war against the French, and while we may have our differences with our friends across the Channel, when I checked this morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was pleased to find that we're not currently at war with France. And what began as a temporary wartime measure, raising £91,206, 10 shillings and 4pence in 1702, has become a permanent tax. But it's more than just a tax. It's a barrier to opportunity for young couples in Sprokeley, my constituency, an impediment on aspiration in Aldborough, and a block on families in Withensea trying to climb the property ladder. And we, the Conservative Party, have always been the party of opportunity, of home ownership, of family aspiration, and that's why at the next election we will abolish this 3-century-old tax, why we welcome signs I didn't expect to hear today from colleagues opposite who too often just slavishly repeat their speaking points. Today we've heard thoughtful speeches and recognition that this is a harmful tax. They question our way of implementing it, but they recognise that. So we will abolish this 3-century-old tax, unlock the housing market in Beverley and Holderness and beyond, and I encourage the current Chancellor and the colleagues behind her to follow our lead.
Andrew Lewin.
Deputy Speaker, let me start by saying that I welcome a debate on how we incentivise home ownership. I'm a Labour MP who wants more of my constituents in Welwyn Hatfield to have a secure home of their own, to build a life in our community, and also for the ability to buy a home not to be so dependent on your access to the bank of mum and dad. The proposition we are discussing today from the benches opposite is that the abolition of stamp duty is the answer. Before we assess that claim, let's look at how we got here today. Home ownership went backwards under 14 years of the last Conservative government. There are 600,000 fewer homeowners in the UK than there would have been if home ownership rates had remained at the levels they were at in 2010. That's more than the population of Liverpool. 20 years ago, 50% of people aged 25 to 34 owned their own home. By 2022, this had fallen to fewer than 4 in 10. Madam Deputy Speaker, members across the House will recognise that that is a record of failure. I think they will also agree that there is no panacea for increasing the levels of home ownership and that it requires a range of policy solutions. That being said, there is one fundamental truth that we need to recognise. If you don't build more homes, you won't have more homeowners. The last government dropped mandatory housing targets, and I've lost count of how many MPs on that side of the House have used departmental questions, statements, and even today's debate to say, oh, I like the idea of homes in the right places, but it doesn't happen to be in my constituency. And I have to say the Liberal Democrats have been just as guilty as the Conservative Party on that. So where the Conservatives have failed, the Labour government is acting. the return of housing targets for every local authority, ambitious planning reform, and a record £39 billion for the Affordable Homes Programme. Do we have further to go? Yes, absolutely. But new housing starts in the first quarter of 2025 were up by 17% on the same period in 2024 when the Conservatives were still in power. So let's look more closely at the proposition that abolishing stamp duty is the answer. First of all, who benefits most? If your home is worth £1.5 million, you will save £93,750 under this proposal. As I intervened earlier, I said, if your home's worth £2 million, you'll save to the tune of £150,000, and it was cheered by the party opposite. And I think that's telling, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whereas if you buy a home that's worth under £300,000, then this proposal will save you no money at all. That's the threshold, by the way, that stamp duty cuts in at the moment, and 40% of first-time buyers buy homes that are worth less than £300,000. So the Conservative choice, the Conservative proposition, is to ask ordinary taxpayers to either accept, as my honourable friend said, deep cuts in social security, or to pay more taxes to subsidise a tax cut for millionaires. That's the proposition today. Liz Truss would be proud. We have no Reform colleagues in the chamber today, but I suspect they would be pleased as well, as, of course, their leader famously said at the time of the mini-budget that it was the best one since 1986. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we seriously want more homeowners, the real answer lies in building more homes of all tenures, in offering mortgage guarantees to help those who earn enough but can't raise the deposit to get on the ladder, in continuing to support low-cost home ownership models like shared ownership, in planning reform, and by embracing a new generation of new towns. In the first 14 months of being in office, this government has done more to make progress on identifying sites for the next generation of new towns than the Conservative Party did in 14 years. If your objective is to give millionaires a tax cut, abolishing stamp duty in one sweep is a good way to do this policy. But if you're more serious about helping people onto the housing ladder, we should reject the Conservative motion today, reject their failed approach over the last 14 years, and support a package of reforms to get Britain building again.
Sakib Ati.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it was very interesting to follow the last speaker, because obviously I did an intervention earlier related to him. He knows I fundamentally disagree with him. This is a tax cut for everybody, irrespective of the value of their house. And fundamentally, what we know is that the housing market is gummed up. I have serious questions about whether the Labour government will be able to meet its housing targets. I'm not sure what those housing numbers are currently. Maybe he'll be able to enlighten me. But fundamentally, this is a tax cut that will apply to everybody. But my reflections, my honourable friend earlier said about the speeches coming from opposite, they've been very interesting, but they are slightly siloed. They slightly miss out the context of what we're talking about currently in an economy that is stalling. With the jobs tax, which has meant that there's unemployment has gone up. That means hard-working families, more of them are now unemployed. More young people are now out of work as a result of this Labour government, and they can absolutely talk down this motion, as I'm sure they will, because the whips have told them to do so, and all the other things. But the reality is, we are putting something on the table that is credible, that is funded, and that will ungum the housing market, but it will also contribute £1.2 billion worth of economic growth. And at a time when the Chancellor is scrambling to fill her own black hole, we put credible ideas on the table, and they should take it more seriously. I will take the intervention.
He said that this tax cut will benefit everybody. I wonder if you could tell me, how will it benefit the people who don't currently pay it because their property isn't worth enough?
Two ways. First of all, increased mobility in the housing market, and also, as my right honourable friend for North West Hampshire stated in an incredibly eloquent speech, it will also mean that the construction industry and all the peripheral jobs will start to mobilise. It will create economic growth, and I suspect actually the 1.2 billion is probably a bit understated actually, and it will probably create more. We're talking about creating jobs, making people wealthier, making people wealthier, being aspirational for the aspirational, and instead of what they're talking about, which is talking down a credible policy that will put money on the table for some of our poorest people. Ultimately, it means that more and more people will be able to get onto the housing ladder, because let's face it, I posed the question earlier, the government is not going to meet its housing targets. It's quite obvious already. They're massively way behind. It's not possible to do so. They're killing off aspiration and confidence in the economy, and housing builders are not going to want to meet those unless, of course, they're met with huge subsidies. And so the question really I have for the government benches is how much representation have they made on the back of the current economic situation to their Chancellor about putting growth principles on there and cutting taxes so people have more money in their pocket? And the answer will be no, none, because that's not happening. The member for Loughborough talked about, he said he wasn't making an argument for not cutting welfare. He didn't put a figure on the table. How much welfare we know the welfare bill is ballooning. It started ballooning post-COVID. It was happening, right? We did interventions during the pandemic. It had to happen. We saved the £2 trillion economy. We saved businesses. We saved jobs. We did all of those things, sometimes with the support of the opposition benches and sometimes not, sad to say. But we did all that to save the economy. But of course, all of that comes with a cost. It is now right that we look forward and look forward to make sure that we are putting proposals on the table that help grow the economy. And by the way, help the Chancellor get out of this mess, because actually I want her to do better, because right now I've got constituents who are struggling, who are anxious, who are worried. Her policies, backed by the benches opposite, have contributed, bless you, Madam Deputy Speaker, have contributed to higher inflation and higher cost of living. These are all consequences that they've backed and they've walked through the voting lobbies. There is a budget coming, and while they may be talking in silo, the government is already briefing out to papers about all the taxes they're going to rise, and they're not talking seriously about, they talk about serious government, they're not talking about seriously about the cuts that they're going to have to put on the table, because the Chancellor knows the moment she does that, it's going to be her backbenchers that stab her in the back. And that's the fundamental conundrum she's got, because she's also now going to placate the bond market, where we've got the highest bond yield. I see shaking heads. That's the reality of what the backbenchers are dealing with. We are putting proposals on the table where people can, and by the way, good proposals, which mean that young families who want to get on the housing ladder. I'm happy for the PPS to take it. I'll take an intervention from PPS if he wants to. It's okay. Well, I was offering an opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was getting distracted by chuntering. But the reality is most serious economists, Dan Needle, the IFS, have said that this is a bad tax. In fact, the Member of Parliament for Swansea West, who I hear is very instrumental in this budget, has talked about stamp duty being a bad tax. We all agree on that. So we put a policy on the table with cuts, with funding, which the Chancellor is going to need. Surely this is something we should all be taking seriously, because the government is going to need those answers, and I suspect we will come back to that. We've also, I know lots has been made about the fiscal rules of the Chancellor. I think they were named, I think the Chief Secretary of Treasury said they were ironclad. I suspect they are until the next ones. We've got a golden rule. We in the spirit of rules, we put a golden rule. The Leader of the Opposition put a golden rule, and that said for every £1 saved, half will go in cutting our national debt. Surely that is something we can all get behind. That when the interest on our debt is something like £100 billion a year, surely that is something we can get behind. When the Chancellor, month after month, is borrowing more to meet everyday spending, that is obviously happening, and that is there. The other point I just wanted to make was there was an argument about the cliff edge, and we had the window. I think my right honourable friend spoke about this, the window through COVID, and I was one of those who was on the receiving end of not being able to buy a house at that time. I was looking at the time for my new family, and houses were going quickly because people were trying to beat the cliff edge at the end of the stamp duty. This is not the same thing, right? This gets rid of that window, and it means that more and more people will be able to do so. So I do question that. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm grateful to him. I'm perplexed by the argument that the Liberal Democrats advanced earlier that that abolishing stamp duty will raise taxes. Presumably, the quid pro quo is if you raised it, that would lower taxes, that would lower prices. So why aren't they proposing that policy?
Well, I'm sure the Liberal Democrat spokesman, it's a good point he's making, and the Lib Dem spokesman will address that in there, but it speaks to their economic incoherence in what they've presented already. But fundamentally, we believe in property rights. We believe in the ownership of property and the rights that derive from there, the freedom, the fundamental freedoms in this country. And it is a moment of great pride when you take the first keys for your first house, and I'm sure there are for others. Cutting stamp duty is the right thing to do, and if we win the next election, that's exactly what we will be doing.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Chancellor would have us believe that the party opposite have changed, that the days of Liz Truss and her disastrous mini-budget are behind them. But we can all see that nothing's changed. Once again, we see the same reckless attitude towards the public finances, cutting public expenditure to fund tax breaks for the wealthiest, without actually being honest with the British public about who pays the price. The Shadow Chancellor tells us he can fund this Liz Truss-style tax-cutting bonanza by making £47 billion in spending cuts. Well, I'd simply ask him this. If these fantasy savings are so easy to find, why didn't the Conservatives make them in the 14 years that they were in government? No, not at this point. We've been here before with the Tories. They tell the public they can slash the state without any downsides. But the next thing you know, your local library's being shut down, your local swimming pool goes with it, and our vital services like the NHS and schools end up in crisis. My constituents in North Warwickshire and Bedworth have suffered 14 years of austerity once, and they don't want to suffer it a second time. Let's look at some of the real facts about stamp duty. The Tories... Yeah, I'll give way.
Most generous. Does she think stamp duty is a bad tax?
I'm not saying whether stamp duty is a good or a bad tax. What I am saying is to simply abolish it without any thought as to the impact that that is going to have on the poorest people in our society is not something that I will be supporting. The Tories have dressed up this fantasy tax cut as standing up for first-time buyers, but as a former property solicitor, I can tell you for a fact that that argument is completely false. In my constituency of North Warwickshire and Bedworth, a first-time buyer purchasing an average-price property pays no stamp duty. This tax cut would be of no benefit to them whatsoever. Indeed, the average property sale in my constituency would see buyers... I'll make some more progress. The average property sale in my constituency would see buyers buying for the second or subsequent time paying between £2,000 and £3,600. Not an insignificant amount of money for sure, but just a tiny fraction of the cost of buying an average home. Compare that to the kind of house being bought by, say, your average Tory party donor, perhaps a £2 million property in central London. That property sale or purchase would attract stamp duty of more than £150,000. That's who this massive Tory tax cut is helping, not first-time buyers in my constituency, but London-based millionaires. So let's be clear. This whopping Tory tax cut will overwhelmingly be spent on the wealthiest in our society, while sucking money out of our public services and local communities. It'll do nothing to help young people to get a foot on the housing ladder, while giving a whopping tax break to some of the richest people in our society. Let's be absolutely clear. This isn't a tax cut for working people. It's a tax cut for the wealthy. It will take money out of our public services and our local communities, while doing nothing to help young people get a foot on the housing ladder. The Conservatives claim that they've changed, but this latest plan shows they haven't learnt a thing. It's the same failed ideology, the same unfair priorities, austerity 2.0, and the same harm to my constituents in North Warwickshire and Bedworth and right across this country.
Office. Deputy Speaker. Stamp duty land tax is one of the most unfair and outdated taxes in our system. It punishes aspiration, locks people out of home ownership and blocks up the housing market. I have heard from constituents who are first-time buyers struggling to get a foothold on the housing ladder because of the amount of stamp duty they are expected to pay. EC's Liberal Democrat-run Borough Council has a strong record of building homes to meet local demand, but the average price of a house in Eastleigh is still £313,000 according to the ONS, which is unaffordable for many. It is simply wrong that the dream of home ownership has drifted so far out of reach for so many people. My constituent Tom and his wife are a young couple who spent the past 2 years desperately trying to buy their first home. In the haste to get the purchase through before the end of the stamp duty holiday, they missed key checks and accepted extra costs just to complete the purchase. As someone who grew up in rented accommodation with everything that goes with it, I find it so incredibly disappointing that at a time when we should be doing everything possible to make home ownership accessible, the system instead creates obstacles for those simply trying to put down roots and start a family in a home of their own. As we know, there is a housing crisis. The private rental market is expensive and insecure. There are far too few homes available for social rent, and poor quality housing is damaging people's health. The government must tackle the root causes by increasing the building of new homes to 380,000 a year, including 150,000 social homes a year, ensuring every community has access to secure and genuinely affordable housing. Madam Deputy Speaker, the entire system of property taxation, from council tax to stamp duty, is wholly unfit for purpose. Reforms must be fair, comprehensive and forward-looking. That means setting out a clear plan, not an uncosted headline or a short-term Treasury grab. I hope the government will replace this outdated, unfair tax with a modern, more efficient system that supports social mobility, economic growth and reignites the dream of home ownership for all generations. But I'm afraid I won't be supporting this ill-thought-out and uncosted motion today.
Deputy Speaker, and like many in this House and many of my constituents in Dartford, I have had the dubious pleasure of paying stamp duty, and in doing so, when buying a home, I can testify to the fact that it isn't a pleasant experience, and that is one small reason why, as others have said, I'm sympathetic to the case for reform of property taxation in this country when properly thought through. But this proposal from the party that brought us the former member for South West Norfolk as Prime Minister is simply not a serious proposal. In Manchester, at the Conservative Party conference, the leader of the opposition, who previously was going to spend 3 years thinking through what the new policy platform of her party should be, no doubt looking at all the alternatives and thinking through what the effects might be, just produces, like a rabbit out of a hat, a proposal to abolish stamp duty on the purchase of main homes. And that is a decision which, if implemented after the 2029 general election, the Institute of Fiscal Studies reckons would cost the country, the Exchequer, around £11 billion a year in lost revenue. And surprisingly, or perhaps unsurprisingly, given the fiscal situation left by the party opposite in July last year, there is no serious proposal to replace this revenue. Instead, we have a promise that this will be paid for by taking the axe once more to spending on public services, with the promise of £47 billion in savings, a proposal to return this country to austerity that was so roundly rejected by our constituents a little more than a year ago. And indeed, the £47 billion includes a saving, as others have said, of £23 billion on welfare, a figure vastly in excess of anything the last government even approached during their 14 years in office. And in fact, as we know, spending in this area went up during that time. So to attempt to make this sort of saving in the timescale that they're suggesting would inevitably mean a big increase in the number of families in our country living in poverty. And I wanted just to take a moment to remind the House of the state of the public services and public finances at the end of the 14 years of Conservative government. A plethora of unfunded spending commitments and departmental spending plans that were so out of touch with reality that they left, as has been said many times, a huge black hole which this government has had to try to fill. And now they are proposing to cut public services even further. This isn't a serious plan to improve those public services or invest in or grow our economy. Clearly, stamp duty is a far from perfect tax, and we should have a sensible debate on property tax reform. This just isn't it. In the short term, for instance, you could increase the number of council tax bands to capture the higher value properties in some parts of the country and redistribute some of that income elsewhere. In the longer term, a wider reform of council tax and other property taxes could provide a fairer way of taxing property so that those with the broadest shoulders bear the greatest burden. Instead, as a former advisor to the party opposite in government, Tim Loonig, said this would be a very, very big tax cut for rich people and would have the effect of pushing house prices further out of reach for first-time buyers. So this is disappointing, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's fantasy economics from what used to be a serious political party, and I hope the House will reject their motion today.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. They say an Englishman's home is his castle, the place he feels safe and he has control of with a sense of permanence. But in today's world, though, we have younger people effectively stuck at the gatehouse in renting, unable to break through into property ownership, and we have older generations locked inside the castle towers, unable to easily downsize and get out, and last winter being cold with the sudden changes in the winter fuel allowance. And they are also now facing a government armed with a trebuchet, flinging economic misery at the castle walls, destroying prospects and the foundations. Now, there is also a reason, I'm sure Madam Deputy Speaker appreciates, why people like programmes like Escape to the Country and Homes Under the Hammer. Other daytime programmes are available. But they are really popular because they embody the aspiration of the British public to earn, to purchase, and to create and to make a true home. Absolutely. And this policy today really does so much to unlock the potential that we have. Abolishing stamp duty on primary residence could save young families, especially in London, up to £18,000 on their first home. And I am really disappointed to hear the members opposite, particularly the member for Pendle and Clitheroe, not believing that it is fair to do that. And it's feeling more like a politics of envy, given that house prices are so much higher in London and in the South East. This is only a fair policy. Now, if you combine this as well with our announcement of the first jobs bonus offer, where the first £5,000 of national insurance would be paid by any British citizen starting their first job, would be placed into a personal savings account that would be earmarked for a first home deposit or future savings, this would be transformational. Now, stamp duty is, as has been echoed across the chamber, a terrible tax. And I'm sure, again, certain members on the benches opposite agree. But it is an additional tax which distorts the markets, and it often stops people moving. As we all agree, it is complicated. Its calculations, the exemptions. I was a former commercial property lawyer, and I saw having to actually complete stamp duty forms, and they are an absolute nightmare. They slow down and they stifle the market. And particularly for young couples and families, one finds that dream home that they want to move into, and the stamp duty alone is enough to stop them. Yes. And that shouldn't be happening in this day and age. We need to unlock true aspiration and opportunity, and I really fail to see how the opposition benches would reject such a policy that has been welcomed by so many, including their own constituents. Now, the government... I'll make some more progress, thank you. The government benches, however, sneer when we talk about living within their means. But that is something that every single constituent of ours has to do. They have to make those tough decisions not to spend at certain points, or to save, or to work harder. But this government does not even follow the principles that it asks its own constituents to adhere to. This is a government that wants to... of course I'll give way to the gentleman.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that it would be very helpful if the government were much more ambitious in finding savings in their budgets in order to deliver this ambitious policy that would support young people up and down our country?
Absolutely, I think that my honourable friend makes an incredibly important point, and I really wish that they would be able to find that, but unfortunately, judging on the current Chancellor, I don't think that is going to be a possibility. In reality, the government really should be creating an environment in which for people to thrive. It shouldn't be fixing people in an environment. And stamp duty is one of those taxes that literally locks people in place. We've got to learn that we need to be able to trust individuals, give them those opportunities, and see true growth. So I fully support, and I hope everyone was, on stamp duty land tax removal.
Conor Naismith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by acknowledging the point that many members have made across the two sides of the House that many of us would not defend the principle of stamp duty, and indeed if it didn't exist already, it's hard to believe that we would invent it. But that is not the choice, that is not the question that is in front of us today. If we are going to decide to abolish stamp duty, we have to say how we're going to pay for it, and we have to justify that decision as a priority above all of the other decisions that we may make with that money. Yes.
Thank you. We Liberal Democrats accept that the property tax system must be reformed, and arguably radically so. But I do struggle with the Conservatives who governed for years without substantial reform, now promising to abolish stamp duty with no credible plan to pay for it. Where is the money coming from? Is the magic money tree being rerouted?
I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention, and I think she's absolutely right to point out that the Conservatives had 14 years in government. Now they're in opposition. They want to talk about all these magical savings that they can come up with. Why didn't they do it when they were in government? It's a little bit, too little, too late. But as I was saying, if you're going to decide to do this, you have to tell us how you're going to pay for it, and justify that priority versus all of the other priorities that you might decide to do.
My honourable friend give way?
Yes, I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And does he agree with me that what's locked young people out of the housing market over the last 14 years is not the existence of stamp duty, but the astronomical rise in house prices that have gone from being around three times a first-time buyer's income to more like 10 times in constituencies like mine and his?
I would completely agree with my honourable friend. The most common reason that I hear from my constituents about why they can't get on the housing ladder is because of that astronomical rise in house prices. I think I'm going to make some progress. I think this motion tells us everything we need to know about the priorities of the Conservative Party today. Regressive, in the context of the vast majority of options that we could choose to pursue, this is a regressive tax cut, funded once again by cuts. Cuts they won't be brave enough to specify with any credibility. Reckless with our public finances, reckless with our public services, and utterly out of touch with the realities facing working families in constituencies like mine in Crewe and Nantwich. I will give way.
Member for giving way. He talks about reckless. Has he heard the news that the OBR has said the Chancellor's going to have to find another £7 to £9 billion due to the fall in productivity? Therefore, her black hole has just got bigger.
I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention. And look, we'll await the budget to see the OBR's forecasts. But I'll just say I'll take no lessons from members opposite on economic credibility. They are the party of Liz Truss, which dragged this country into the economic abyss. We know that Tory austerity and a lack of investment in our country's infrastructure is part of the story of why we have never recovered in terms of economic growth and productivity from the financial crash in 2008. And it seems like the party opposite want to take us right back to the beginning of that 14 years of chaos, failure and decline. I think my constituents would say no, frankly.
And mine.
What's worse, they can't even tell us with any credibility where those cuts will fall. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we've seen this playbook before. No credible plan to pay for their promises, just vague talk of savings to the very services our communities rely on. Our schools, our NHS, our local infrastructure. And the cheek, frankly, of the Tories to come here and talk about home ownership. They manifestly failed to build the homes our country needs because they presided over a broken planning system that they did nothing to reform. And my constituents, as I mentioned earlier, haven't forgotten what Liz Truss's mini-budget did to their mortgage payments. During the election campaign, I spoke directly with families in Crewe and Nantwich who had seen their monthly costs soar overnight. I distinctly remember speaking to a man who told me his mortgage payments had risen by £1,000 a month, and he was forced to sell his home as a result. If you want to examine the reality beyond the rhetoric of the modern-day Conservative Party's record on home ownership, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is that. Failure to deliver, soaring prices and broken dreams. Compare that... Yes, hello.
Speaker, the honourable member talks about broken dreams, but I'm just really interested. None of the speakers this afternoon on those benches over there have spoken about the hard-working families in the middle. So not the ones who are struggling to buy their first home, and not the so-called really, really rich people at the top who this is going to, in their world, benefit. But it's the hard-working families that no doubt he has spoken to, who are not able to buy the property with an additional bedroom for their growing family, because that stamp duty, as my honourable friend here has referenced, is the difference between the price of the home they wish to buy and the dream to be able to actually succeed in that.
Honourable member for that intervention. It was those families in the middle who suffered most at the hands of Liz Truss's mini-budget. So I would expect the benches opposite to apologise to those families in my constituency for their record of the management of the economy over the past 14 years. Now, compare all of that to what Labour is delivering in government. We are getting Britain building not just the homes, not just the homes that we need, but in Crewe and Nantwich, a new hospital at Leighton, the new youth zone in Crewe Town Centre, a new history centre, and many, many more things that our community will benefit from. The choice ahead at the budget is clear. Stick with Labour's plan for national renewal, or return to the chaos and cuts of the past, whatever shade of blue that comes in. Labour chooses a fairer economy, one that works for working people and rewards them. That's what we're building in Crewe and Nantwich, and that's what we're building across Britain. The people of Crewe and Nantwich deserve better than unfunded tax cuts and economic instability. They deserve a government that invests in the future, protects their services and builds a Britain for all.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, the state of our economy is laid bare. Growth has flatlined, just 0.1% in August. Inflation remains almost twice the Bank of England's target, and long-term borrowing costs are at their highest since 1998. Now, when we left office back in July 2024, unemployment was at we had the fastest growing economy in the G7. A year later, unemployment is up, debt is at its highest since the 1960s, and the UK is sliding backwards. It's hardly surprising from a government with more experience in the trade union movement than in business. And so only the Conservatives are serious about the economy. The government... I've literally only been speaking for 30 seconds, so I think you can bear with me for a minute or two more. The government's inexperience shows in its policies that they pursue, policies that make it harder for businesses, harder for homeowners, and harder for first-time buyers to thrive. And now, just weeks before the Chancellor's budget, comes the most destructive raid on homeowners in living memory, if we are to believe the leaked reports coming out of the Treasury. I will give way.
Thank you. Under the Conservatives' watch, the Conservative Party grew the national debt by nearly £1 trillion. You drove our economy through a hard Brexit into the ground, and yet you are the Conservative Party is masquerading as a party of good sense in the economy. I do not understand how that makes sense. Please, can you explain?
COVID, war in Ukraine. There's been a lot of comments about when people were born, so what they remember, but I hope the honourable member doesn't take offence. I'm sure he was born during COVID and during the war in Ukraine, and so knows why we had to increase the national debt to do it. And he is being entirely disingenuous if he believes that those things did not have an impact on the economy. And if he didn't, if he had been in power, what would he have done? Would he have not supported those small businesses? Would he have not supported employers? Would he have not supported the hard-working people? Now, I think I've already heard enough of him from today so far, so I won't give way for the moment.
Just to be clear, good language is appropriate, and we're not sure that disingenuous is the best language to use. I'm sure they'll find an alternative word. Mr. Stafford, are you finished wandering around the chamber? Are you comfortable now? Fabulous. Mr. Stafford.
Of course, I misspoke and I withdraw that comment, but
I do find it very strange that members of the Liberal Democrat Party seem to have collective amnesia on what happened over the last few years. Now, returning to the substance of this, families across my constituency are bracing for new taxes on homes, capital gains tax on family houses, and even potentially a land value tax. This is not reform, it's a sledgehammer aimed at aspiration, mobility and stability. And as I've said before, in Farnham, where the average home now costs £660,000, families could face bills of £5,000 a year on top of their mortgage and energy costs. In Hazelmere, Liphook and Borden, already stretched households will be hit again. And pensioners in Greyshot or Tilford face the grotesque prospect of a capital gains on the homes they've worked a lifetime to own. Everyone, pensioners, farmers, small business owners, is treated by this government as a cash cow. Yeah. A tax on the family home is a tax on aspiration. It traps people in their properties, it dries up supply and breaks housing chains. The very people Labour claim to champion, first-time buyers, will be frozen out altogether. The government claims this is about fairness, and we've heard this from a number of government speakers this afternoon. But there's nothing fair about a pensioner in Gretham being forced to sell their home to pay the taxman, or a young family in Linford choosing between childcare and a new annual levy. That's not fairness, it's a regional punishment for those of us who just happen to live in the south and southeast. So that is why I back our clear Conservative plan to abolish stamp duty on primary residences. Owning a home gives people a real stake in their community and their country. Our policy will make the economy stronger and help families achieve the dream of home ownership once again. I will.
Is he just honourable member for giving way? He says that owning a home gives people a stake in their community, and I agree with him. Why then does his party oppose this government's moves to help build 1.5 million homes and reform the planning system?
Well, the simple answer is we don't. So I can't add more than that. Where we do have a problem, as he's drawn me on this, is one, we don't think it's anywhere going to be deliverable, and because the government is not meeting any of its targets thus far. And where, from a parochial point of view, where in Waverley and East Waverley and East Hampshire, my constituents are facing a doubling of the housing targets. In London, where the infrastructure is already in place, the targets are actually being reduced. That is not joined-up thinking. That is a government that is spraying its house targets all over the country without thinking about how it's actually going to deliver. So on stamp duty, as I said earlier, an average price of a family home in Farnham is £660,000, which means that they would be paying £23,000 in stamp duty. That's an enormous cut if we can get this through. And it's fully funded, most importantly, part of that £47 billion saving plan, consistent with our golden rule that every pound saved is split between reducing the deficit and growing the economy. The Institute for Fiscal Studies calls stamp duty, I quote, the most economically damaging tax in the UK. The London School of Economics found it, and I quote, cuts mobility and investment. The Centre for Policy Studies calls it, again I quote, a tax on aspiration. They are all right. Our plan will save first-time buyers up to £18,000 in London, £4,000 in the South East. And as my right honourable friend for South Northamptonshire said, combined with our first jobs bonus, a young couple could save £28,000, enough to get on the ladder and build a future. Now, we've heard a number of honourable members on all sides of the House claiming that they support the principle of removing the stamp duty land tax. Notable exceptions being the members for Pendle and Clitheroe, Welwyn Hatfield and North Warwickshire. But the point that those three members forget is that buying a house almost always is in a chain. So just because someone at the top of the market might be buying, and I think they're being a little overreaching with £2 million, but even if it were a £2 million house, everybody else down that chain benefits, because as soon as you can get the market moving, you will allow people to buy and to sell and to get the youngest people, those who are buying their first home or trying to upsize because they're starting a family, the ability to actually buy. So it's not just those people who are technically covered by the tax, it is everybody within that whole chain. And by contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour froze the thresholds, dragging more families into higher bands. And even their housing secretary tried to block 237 homes in his own constituency. Build, baby, build? I think not, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, as I said, a number of members across the House, especially on the Labour benches, have expressed sympathy for the principle of the policy, but they seem entirely unwilling to make the tough decisions to get there. And we saw that with their total inability to cut the welfare bill by a tiny amount earlier this year. But even if they were not willing to take those decisions, as every single member of this House knows, this motion is not binding on the government. So they could happily support it to show that in principle they would like to see this tax cut. But I suspect that when their principles will be overridden by the decisions of the Whip's office. And the Liberal Democrats were characteristically fence-sitting. I mean, so much so that I think the honourable members from St Albans must have left to remove the splinters. The reality is, the Conservative Party, this opposition, is the only one with the serious thinking about how we can get the housing market moving again. Our alternative, Madam Deputy Speaker, is clear. We will abolish stamp duty on main homes, scrap business rates for hospitality, leisure and retail, and give high streets the breathing space to grow again. That is the difference. We listen to people who build, who hire, who own and who aspire. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the choice before the House is stark. A Labour Party that punishes aspiration or a Conservative Party that rewards it. A government that traps people where they are or one that sets them free to move, work and grow. Only the Conservatives have a serious plan to get Britain working, grow the economy and give every person a real stake in their community through the security of home ownership.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And here we go again. Always the promise of tax cuts to come, never the proper plan to make sure it is affordable. This motion tells you everything you need to know about the modern Conservative Party. Once again, their first recourse is to reach for the austerity button, instead of making a serious plan to invest, to grow the economy and to strengthen our public services. Reckless with the public finances, reckless with our public services, they are not a serious party. Now, I was going to make this point specifically for the member for Beverley and Holderness, but I see he's not in his pace, so everyone else can enjoy it instead. Yes, it is time for the greatest hits of austerity, the 14 years that talked and did this country down, when day-to-day public services spending fell by nearly 17%. Stripping away nearly £46 billion every year from services our residents rely on. And remember that as I talk about this austerity, because they are funding this tax cut we're talking about today with £47 billion, a larger number than the austerity years. And look at the back of a fag packet, plans that they have to make it add up. So let us remember what austerity did to our country. It left our NHS with a £10 billion repairs backlog. It left 9 in 10 of our schools in urgent need of repair, including more than 230 schools with Swiss cheese for roofs, including rack in the roof of Wood Green School in my constituency. Those pupils deserved so much better, a decent place to learn, and we will make that happen. They didn't. When the pandemic struck our services, they were critically understaffed and underinvested in. And the result, thanks to their austerity and their cuts, over 170,000 excess deaths amongst the worst in the developed world. In that period, our precious public sector workers who give their all, nurses, teachers, carers, had their pay frozen or capped for years, leaving the average nurse over £4,000 worse off than in 2010. And they left 1 in 10 workers, 1 in 10, in insecure employment, including the best part of 1 million on 0 hours contracts. Cuts to social security pushed more families into poverty. And the end result, just in my constituency, is 50% of children living below the poverty line. Every second kid, every second door when I walk round the estates that I have the honour to represent. 117,000 people in temporary accommodation because of the amount of money they took out of the Affordable Housing Building Fund that today they seem so very pleased to speak in favour of. Of course I will.
Wondered whether she had any views on stamp duty land tax.
I'm speaking today about the other part of the motion laid in front of us, the one where unspecified cuts come to pay for it, and speaking about the implications of that. But as you would expect, as a responsible member of my party, I am not going to speculate with plans about how we fund things for which there is no plan. Going back to the record of austerity, remembering that austerity cost and took out of our economy less than they are planning to take out with their plans in front of us today. The bottom fifth of households, £517 poorer, while the top fifth gained £174. Austerity didn't just deepen inequality, it entrenched it. With the longest pay squeeze in 200 years, growth anemic, productivity absolutely flatlined, public investment slashed. My friends at the TUC worked out if wages have risen, they are my friends, and I was proud to represent millions of working people. You speak about those working people with disdain. It was an honour to represent those people in their workplace, to negotiate for better wages on their behalf. Good Conservatives in the past used to understand about social partnership and the importance of responsibility, of working with workers and with bosses to get the best outcome, and it is a shame those lessons have been forgotten with the baying calls of the mob at the mention of trade unions. So my friends at the TUC worked out if wages have risen in the last decade by the amount by which they rose. Between 1997 and 2010, the average worker in my constituency would be £93 a week better off. That's nearly £5 grand a year more in people's pockets. But instead, we got the longest pay squeeze in 200 years. I'll happily give way.
Lady for giving way. I'm just perplexed where this is going, because ultimately those statistics that she's just quoted would have saved her constituents £5,000. But if she doesn't scrap stamp duty, anybody that aspires to buy a slightly bigger house with that increased income would have not been able to afford to do it.
Lady for her intervention. To make it clear, the point that I am making today is that the unspecified cuts named in the motion, and we are talking about the motion with the unspecified cuts in it, I'm talking about the implications of the last time there were cuts on that magnitude made by the party opposite. And whilst it may be the case that stamp duty may save some money if it were got rid of for people in my constituency, where there is an average house price of £190,000, it by no means will have the impact that it will have for people in richer constituencies in other parts of the country. But the cuts that they intend to make to pay for it, those will hit people in my ends. And despite all of the pain of those years of austerity, it failed to reduce public debt in any meaningful way. This is why our public services were on their knees, and why we still face a mountain of debt built up over 14 long years. Compare that to our Labour government, steadily, slowly delivering the change this country needs. 5 million extra NHS appointments. People in my area waiting more than a year for the operation they need is down 45%, thanks to the investment from our Health Secretary, crack teams going into Dudley, Wolverhampton and Sandwell NHS trusts. 3 major trade deals. In the first 10 months of our government, wages went up by more than in the first 10 years of their government. Pride in place funding for communities hit the hardest, like Friar Park in my constituency. £39 billion of affordable housing funding going to fund new social and affordable homes, the largest in a generation. and I hope 600 of them will come to my constituency. I will happily give way.
The trade deals, so many more than were achieved, she says, under the Conservative government. The reality is that these trade deals could not have been made had we not had the Brexit deal that we achieved. And what's more, the reality is that her party opposed that. We couldn't do those trade deals until post-2016.
Thank the honourable member for his intervention, and it's good to see that one of the key achievements of this first 15 months of a Labour government is starting to fix some of the mess of the dreadful agreement they made with the European Union that underplayed this country. We are filling some of the holes. We are making it easier to do trade with the European Union. We are making it easier to sell brilliant British products abroad. I would have thought that would have been something that the benches opposite would have welcomed, Madam Deputy Speaker. In summation, we choose national renewal, a Britain built for everyone. We choose a fair economy that rewards working people, invests in our public services, restores dignity to work, rebuilds this brilliant country for every single one of our kids.
Bobby Dean. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you ask any economist, or indeed most members in here today, stamp duty is a bad tax. It creates friction in the market, whether you are in a one-bedroom flat trying to make that step up into a family home and you found that your savings goal has got that much higher, or whether your kids have flown the nest and you're considering downsizing, but you think that that bill is acting as a disincentive to you to do that. I think it's important that we don't overstate what abolishing stamp duty would do. There's been lots of claims about how it's going to help millions of young people onto the ladder, and for most people this would not be the case. There is an exemption for first-time buyers up to £300,000 and a further discount all the way up to £500,000. So it's important that we recognise that that isn't going to make the difference for huge numbers of young people. And I appreciate the points that have been made by other members about the fluidity of the market as well. But these won't actually be the critical points. The central problem in the housing market is the disparity between people's wages and house prices. And I have heard people say to me in the past that, you know, I had to save hard to get my home, and you should have seen the interest rates back in the day. And I have no doubt at all that it's always been hard and a struggle to save up and buy your property. But the extent to which it has become out of reach today, I don't think is properly understood. Around about the time that I was born, 1990, if any members are interested, the difference between the average wage and the average house price was about 3 times somebody's income. Okay, today in 2025, that average difference is 8 times your income. And if you come to London, and I represent a London constituency, that difference is 15 times the average income. That means that the top 10% of earners in the capital can't afford its average home. That is an absolute disgrace. We've allowed ourselves to get into this system here. And when you consider the fact... Of course.
The honourable gentleman is making a powerful point in support of our motion. Is he intending to support it this afternoon?
No. Guess what? Surprise, surprise, I won't, but I will come on to the reasons why. Given that mortgages will lend you around about 4 times your income, you can see how big of a problem this is. If you're in a couple, maybe you stand a chance of getting a mortgage. If you're on your own, no chance. The other problem with the house prices accelerating away from wages so much is that 10% deposit that you often need to raise is completely out of reach. And to put it back into context again, in 1990, the average wage was around £8,000 a year, and you might need to save about £2,000 for a deposit. Well, today, you'd have to be trying to save £28,000 on your average wage of £33,000. You simply cannot do it unless you have the support of your mum or dad or other people in your family. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the death of meritocracy in our country. We now live in a society where your family's wealth, not your work or your talent, that defines your financial security in the future. We're back to Victorian-era levels of social mobility. This is absolutely abhorrent, and there is no amount of tinkering around the edges that will be sufficient to fix it. And so scrapping stamp duty alone will not be a silver bullet. In fact, on its own, it might just represent a bit of a giveaway to those that are already faring better than most of society. If we're really serious about fixing the housing crisis of the country, we need a generational level of house building, and we need a holistic approach to redesigning the property tax system. I will give way.
I agree with him wholeheartedly, and I think he's making an excellent speech. But I would gently say lots of us in the Shires who face Liberal Democrats in our constituencies are often get leaflets from some of his colleagues which will oppose building almost anywhere ever. What would he comment to some of his colleagues, perhaps?
I think you'll find across the country there'll be opposition politicians opposing developments, but where we're in control in Sutton Council, in my borough, we are outstripping all of London in house building. I'm very proud of that record. What we need to see in order to fix this housing crisis is sustained wage growth up against the increase in prices of homes. And I do not hear that on offer from the Conservative Party today. I'm sorry that we do have a Trussite proposal on the table. It is an unfunded tax cut that lacks real credibility, and I will give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. If he'd listened to the Shadow Chancellor, he would have heard him say that of the £47 billion worth of savings, half of that will come from reducing welfare spend. Another significant proportion will come from reducing the size of the civil service back to where it was in 2016. So they are fully funded, and he does himself no favours by just inventing other facts.
Coming on to my next point early, because I do want to address this £47 billion proposal of public spending cuts. I think if you was to hand that over to the OBR in its current form, they would laugh you out the front door. They are not credible at all. Over half that figure is based on welfare cuts. A bill, by the way, that rose under the watch of the Conservative government, not least because of the defunding of the NHS that's caused people to be in ill health in the first place. You're also talking about, the Conservative Party are also talking about reducing the size of civil service. Why has the civil service grown since 2016? Can anybody hazard a guess? It's because we've in-housed a lot of bureaucracy that we used to outsource to Brussels. Part of the primary reason the civil service has grown is because of the number of services we have to deliver in this country
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman giving way a second time. He hasn't mentioned COVID in his speech, which is the largest single contributor to the increase in the size of the state. He also didn't mention the £5 billion reduction in welfare spending proposed by the government, which my party supported, and unfortunately the government just gave in. So there is plenty of money to be saved.
When he refers to COVID, I think he's referring to the total debt levels that have increased, but we're talking specifically about why the size of civil service increased. A lot of that can be attributed to the new functions that the UK government has had to take on. On the welfare budget, yes, the government has struggled to get through its welfare reforms, as did the Conservative government previously. And this is why these proposals, that half of that £47 billion is going to come from welfare cuts, lacks credibility. Of course.
He's making a fantastic speech, but it really does irk me that the Conservatives keep talking about the welfare bill going up when they blew a hole in public health budget. They eroded primary and community care. They did nothing to fix social care, and NHS dentistry has been hollowed out. Is it any wonder that when people can't get the care that they need when they need it, we end up firefighting and spending loads of money on welfare and the NHS further down the line? We should be investing to save.
I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend, and this was a point I was making earlier on. The welfare bill went up on the watch of the Conservative government, and it's in no least down to the fact that they cut back the NHS funding. So in this chamber today, we may well agree on the analysis of stamp. I'm going to make some progress. I've been intervened on quite a few times in the last minute. So we may agree on the analysis of the stamp duty's failings, but we cannot support this motion because I don't believe it is a credible plan. And also, if stamp duty cut was to come in isolation, it may not deliver what people on these benches are saying it will. It may just gum up the housing market further for the next generation. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is high time that we had a serious debate about property tax reform in this country. I believe some of that has happened in this chamber today, but I don't believe that the motion reflects that serious debate, and so I will not support it today.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to be able to speak in this debate, and in the spirit of cross-party unity, I would like to congratulate Her Majesty's opposition for their valiant and brave attempts to dress up a political tax cut as a meaningful intervention in the housing market. And I've been looking at every single one of those opposition speakers and thinking about whether they really believe that this kind of tax cut is actually going to make a difference. I think I'd like to develop my argument a little bit further, and then I look forward to hearing from you. So these opposition proposals, and I have read them with interest, and I've been really looking out to see exactly how they intend to fund this tax cut, and I'm struck that not satisfied with the devastation of public services under their former attempts at austerity, and not satisfied with crashing the economy, driving up mortgage costs, driving up rents, driving down the supply of new homes, and driving down the overall rates of home ownership, they actually want to bring forward even more proposals that are unfunded. Not satisfied with a botched Brexit deal that has wrecked the many chances of people to be able to buy their own homes because of the impact on the economy, they want to introduce yet more unthought-through proposals on tax cuts. So in the likely events that their ill-thought-through proposals for how to fund this tax cut are undeliverable, I just wonder whether they would be cutting £14 billion from Labour's £39 billion investment in genuinely affordable homes? Or would they be cutting £14 billion from this government's £23 billion investment in the National Wealth Fund to get our economy going? Or would they be taking money out of our £3.8 billion homelessness fund? Because the truth is, under the previous Conservative government's interventions in the housing market, we saw temporary accommodation go up, we saw rough sleeping go up, we saw mortgage rates go up, we saw rents go down, we saw rents go up, and we saw home ownership go down. The Tories pretend to be the party of home ownership, but it's Labour who is absolutely determined to get these homes built. It is Labour who is coming forward with the proposals to get these homes built, and I believe it's Labour who's going to be delivering on that. I'll give way to the person at the back.
Does she accept that within the last 30 years, the 4 highest years' worth of delivery of new housing occurred since 2018 under Conservative governments? And she makes a point, she's trying to make the point that this is a tax cut dressed up as an intervention in the housing market. What on earth is wrong with giving a tax cut to aspirational people who work hard and want to move up the housing ladder?
Well said. Hours has been presented as some kind of meaningful housing market intervention because of a supposed commitment to aspiration. It's the Labour Party that has always been the party of aspiration. It's the Labour Party that has been the driving force of social mobility throughout the last century, and the party opposite know, and that's why they're chuntering along so much. And look at the stark contrast of what this Labour government. Sorry, yes, I will give way.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to social mobility earlier, and the Honourable Lady's just remembered it. If anybody wants to see what happens under the Conservatives in terms of social mobility, all they need to do is come to Minehead in my constituency, which is ranked 324th out of 324 in the entire country, after having a Conservative Member of Parliament for 23 years who did nothing.
I thank my honourable member for her intervention, which I think speaks for itself. And look at the stark contrast of what this Labour government is doing as meaningful interventions in the housing market. We've got a renters' rights bill that's already had royal assent, which is stabilising life for renters, which is making sure that they no longer live in fear of no-fault evictions. We have defeated a judicial review against vested interests and freeholders so that we can move forward with our leasehold proposals, both significant interventions that the opposition failed to deliver after 14 years, five of which were spent even trying to deliver reform for renters and reform for leaseholders, which would have meaningfully stabilised the housing market. We don't hear anything about all the people who are stuck in their homes because of the complete failure of the last government to actually tackle the cladding crisis or tackle leasehold. No, we don't hear anything from the opposition about their failures there. Just a political dressing up of this unfunded tax cut. I will in a minute. But the other thing that this Labour government has done is made sure that we are stabilising this economy. And as my honourable friend from Carshalton and Wellington has told us, we know that if savers want to save up for them to join the housing market, they need a stable economy. We have seen interest rates come down 5 times, which is costing, we think, mortgage payers saving mortgage payers about £100 a month. They are better off because of the stability that our Chancellor, that this Labour government is absolutely beginning to deliver. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and she is being generous with intervention, so I thank her for that. Just to bring her back to stamp duty land tax, the average house price in her constituency is over £1 million. Does she... I haven't quite finished my...
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
The average house price in her constituency is over £1 million. Her constituents are the precise people who will be benefiting from this saving. Does she not think that her constituents would welcome the abolition of this tax?
How much the honourable member on the other side knows about my constituents. He may also know that nearly half of them are private renters, and less than about 15% of anybody can afford to own their own home in my constituency because of the record failures of the previous government to actually do something about the cladding crisis, about the supply of new genuinely affordable homes, about the delivery of low-cost home ownership, which would really make a difference. And so it's this Westminster City Council under Labour leadership that's actually able to deliver more genuinely affordable homes, and it's this Labour government who takes the challenge seriously, not these ill-thought-through proposals. So today we have seen Her Majesty's opposition make a valiant attempt to dress up a politically motivated tax cut as a meaningful housing intervention, but serious thinking, this is not. I'm pleased that I think this chamber will be voting against this ill-thought-through proposal, and will be carrying on with delivering meaningful intervention within the housing market and making sure that our publicly funded services are stable into the future.
Yeah. Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the enthusiasm of my colleagues. It is a great pleasure to contribute to today's debate, which is a really important one. So many people, particularly young people, are desperate to get their foot onto the housing ladder, but feel that... I would just gently say I haven't really got into the flow of my speech either yet.
Develop the argument yet.
I will finish the first sentence before I take any interventions. Are desperate to get their foot onto the housing ladder, but feel that that vital first rung is utterly out of their reach. Now, I remember when I first bought my first property, and it was the most amazing feeling in the world when I first walked through that door with those keys. And it was really hard to save the money, to earn enough in order to secure the mortgage I needed, to save up the money for the stamp duty and the deposit. But I managed to do it, but I would have been able to do it sooner without that stamp duty cost. Yep. This is why I am delighted that the Conservatives are coming forward with a clear, coherent and aspirational plan to abolish stamp duty land tax on the purchase of primary residences and open up the dream of home ownership to the next generation. I will, of course, give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I wonder if she can agree with me that when this policy was announced at our party conference in October, it was the first solid piece of political idea that has come forward from any political party since the last election that genuinely offers aspiration for hard-working families. And we're not just talking about hard-working families who are needing to get onto the housing ladder for the first place. Those hard-working families in constituencies like hers and mine, where people are desperate to expand their family and to continue contributing to the society that we all live in.
I thank my honourable friend for making that very pertinent point. And this is proper Conservative policy. This is the kind of thing everyone in this country is clamouring for. And this party is delivering that under our new leadership. For too long, stamp duty has been a dead weight on the housing market, a tax on aspiration, and a barrier to the kind of home ownership that gives people a genuine stake in their community. It is time we abolished it on primary residences. We can surely all agree that our housing market is not working as it should. Far too many young people feel locked out, priced out and increasingly disillusioned. The average age of a first-time buyer in England is now 34, up by nearly a decade from where it was 40 years ago. In London, it's even higher. And across the country, 20% fewer 25 to 34-year-olds own a home today than they did in the year 2000. And I have skin in the game. I've got 3 children. I want them to be able to buy a house without them coming to mummy and daddy to help them out. I should declare that interest. This amounts, Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, to an economic failure, but also a social failure. Home ownership gives people stability, autonomy, and long-term security. It encourages saving. It strengthens families. And it fosters pride and a sense of genuine community in our towns and villages. Abolishing stamp duty will save families thousands of pounds and put the many benefits of home ownership back into reach for the next generation.
On that point, would she give way?
I will, of course, give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would she agree with me that cutting stamp duty not only benefits young people aspiring for home ownership, but it will also act as an incentive for older people to downsize, freeing up those larger family homes and making those larger homes available for families that need to increase the size of the house that they own?
I thank my honourable friend for making that point, and I will be making that exact same point later in my speech. I completely agree that that is a very relevant change that will come about from this. I see clearly in my own constituency the way in which stamp duty chokes and distorts the market as it penalises those who move, creates a disincentive for older people to downsize, and deters growing families from upsizing into more suitable family homes. As the Institute for Fiscal Studies has put it, stamp duty land tax is in a crowded field, the most economically damaging tax in the UK. I cannot disagree with that. My constituents feel this acutely. Stamp duty is all the more painful in an area where the average house price is now above £490,000. The young families I speak to, those who have made the move out of London and settle in towns like Redhill or Reigate, have been hit with eye-watering upfront costs that made those moves extremely challenging. Many more will have found it impossible. That's why our policy matters. We intend to strip away one of the fundamental barriers to family life in this country. Eliminating stamp duty will save the average first-time buyer in the South East around £4,000 and as much as £18,000 in London. And unlike the party opposite, we will not punish those looking to move further up the ladder with frozen thresholds and stealth tax hikes. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, you would expect me to paint a suitably positive view of this proposal. But what do the experts think? Zoopla's Richard Donnell has rightly said that more home moves will, and I quote, support economic growth and the ambition to build more homes. The IEA went further, calling this the single best reform any government could make to Britain's tax system. Indeed, the case seems so strong that one has to wonder why the government oppose us on this. The truth is that Labour has always been the party of higher taxes on homes. They reversed a Conservative policy that raised the first-time buyer threshold to £425,000. They are freezing stamp duty thresholds in real terms, dragging more and more people into paying this punitive tax each year. And while they talk endlessly about house building, their actions tell a different story. Not only are they on track to miss their self-imposed housing targets, but the Housing Secretary himself tried to block 237 new homes in his own constituency, despite promising to build, baby build. By contrast, the Conservatives have delivered 2.8 million homes over the past 14 years, including nearly 750,000 affordable homes, and we are pledging to go further. I will, of course, give way.
Thank you. As someone who represents a very rural constituency with villages where young people are constantly forced to move out where they grew up from, could you explain to me where in rural Britain these affordable homes were located, where young people can move to, where they can make a family life? Because for 14 years they were shut out of the communities that they grew up in.
I thank the Honourable Member for raising that point, and he raises a really important point. So we do have this situation where a lot of young people are forced to go elsewhere, and indeed the area where I live is very expensive, and I am worried that my children will be forced potentially to look elsewhere. That's why it's so important that we focus on the future now. We need... I will, of course, give way.
And isn't that the fundamental point why the comments made earlier about downsizing is so important? This tax is stopping people downsize, which means that people are not moving out, not freeing up those houses that young people could and should be moving into.
I thank my honourable friend for making that point. I think he makes the point very, very well. Going back to the honourable member, this is something that we do need to take really seriously, and we can look back the whole time, or we can look forward and think about what policies are right for the people of this country and deliver for the people of this country. I will, of course, give way.
Thank you very much, my honourable friend, for giving way. Just on this point, and I think it shows the complexity of the issue, and this whole painting 14 years this, 14 years that doesn't represent what actually is happening. So, for example, in Fylde, it is the villages and the small towns where we have seen the largest amount of house building, because developers know that they can get planning permission there and sell the houses for a lot more than they could 5-10 miles in a different direction. And therefore, actually, in some areas, there has been a significant amount of overdevelopment on the green belt, and we should not use individual examples as a reason to redefine vast chunks of the green belt as grey belt simply to concrete over our countryside.
I thank my honourable friend for making that excellent point, and a very pertinent point to my constituency as well, which is full of amazing, beautiful green belt. And we are really suffering with what this government has done around housing targets. So the housing targets in Reigate and Banstead have doubled, whereas they have gone down in London. So I can tell you what that means. It means we are building more homes, but it's not for local people. It's not for the children you mentioned that want to stay close to home. It's for people living in London who then move out to Reigate and Banstead. And that can't... I will, of course,
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I wonder if she shares my concern that in the southwest of England, the government has reduced the building target for Bristol City Council, which has a lot of Labour members, but has instead increased the building target for rural Somerset, where there are a few Labour members, by 40%. And does she share my concern that Labour are fiddling those housing targets for political advantage?
I thank my honourable friend for yet another very relevant and important point. And I would urge the government to really think logically about what they're trying to achieve here. We all support the ambition to build more homes. We recognise the problem that is trying to be solved. However, the way we do it is really important, and it is very important that we have those homes in the right places and that we set the targets in a logical, meaningful way. With this policy, and others like it, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are offering the public a clear choice. A choice between a party that wants to unlock aspiration and reward the hard work of our young people, and a party that clings to economically damaging taxes because its own backbenchers refuse to make even the smallest concessions on out-of-control spending. Yeah. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are on this side of the House are clear that any significant change to tax policy must be properly costed. The public finances are in a challenging place, and reckless commitments only add to the prevailing sense of uncertainty. That is why it is so important to emphasise that our intention to scrap stamp duty on primary residences is costed and fully funded, fully paid for through our £47 billion savings package. Our plan is clear. It is costed, and it is rooted in a belief that home ownership should be within reach of the next generation, just as it was for our own. Thank you.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This debate captures the key difference between Conservatives and the Labour Party. Because we on these benches believe in people. We believe in their talent, their drive, their hopes and their aspirations. And by contrast, the Labour Party like to box people in, to restrict, to regulate, and let the state determine every aspect of their lives. We on this side of the House believe in setting people free, free to work hard, free to achieve, and free to build their own future. Let's unleash the power of individual freedom. Let's unleash the energy of the maker and enterprise. And above all, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's unleash the unstoppable force of aspiration across every part of the UK.
Very good.
The word aspiration runs through the very DNA of the Conservative Party. It's who we are. From delivering educational reforms to promoting social mobility, to delivering a property-owning democracy. Of course I'll give way.
I would be very grateful if the honourable member would expand on how that driving value of aspiration came into the Conservative government when they were completely failing to address the urgent need for leasehold reform over the last 5 years, when so many people have been suffering to sell their leasehold homes because of the cladding on their homes. Where was aspiration then?
I thank the honourable member for her intervention. Aspiration, Conservative aspiration, comes from a sense. I'll give you an example. In my family, they never owned their own homes. My grandparents didn't own their own homes, but Margaret Thatcher gave them the opportunity to do so. She gave many people like my grandparents the opportunity to aspire, to achieve, to own their own homes. That's the aspiration we need to get back to as a country. Every generation of Conservatives have understood this ambition. And it's not your background that shapes your future. This is the equality of opportunity in action, not a quality of outcome that the Labour Party so much desire. But we cannot talk about aspiration without celebrating the Prime Minister that understood it the best. Mrs Thatcher gave people the freedom to own their own future. She rewarded hard work through lower taxes, turned millions of people into shareholders through privatisation, and made dreams of home ownership a reality for many across the country with her Right to Buy scheme. Mrs Thatcher just got it. She understood human nature, she understood people are ambitious, and she knew that when you trust individuals and not the state, Britain succeeds.
My honourable friend, give way.
Of course I'll give way.
I think going back to what former fantastic great Prime Minister did and comparing it to the policy on stamp duty, both times it was hated by the people on the benches opposite, because what it did was take away the choking role of the state and free people up to have that aspiration and that social mobility. And it proved that actually giving people their own homes, allowing them to buy them and removing the state from their lives created that social mobility. In the same way here, removing that tax and allowing people that aspiration to be able to smash those ceilings is important. And the members opposite hate it because it reduces the size of the state, the dependency on the state, and the hold they have over people's lives.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He's absolutely right. Unfortunately, the party opposite, they tend to have the mantra, what I can't have, you shan't have. But we on this side want everyone to succeed. Of course I'll give way.
I'm still smarting from my honourable friend's reluctance to squash the honourable member for Westminster and the cities of London, who alleged that there had been no leasehold reform. Such was the extent of leasehold reform under Conservative governments that the Duke of Westminster resigned from the party in indignation.
Well, I thank the honourable member for putting that on the record. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am not confident that this Labour government understands aspiration, because they simply cannot comprehend the politics that people want to better themselves, their families and their communities. In fact, they actually fear aspiration, sadly. And that is why this Labour government is the most anti-aspirational government in living memory. They have strangled the jobs market, and they've sent unemployment rates soaring, the direct result of punishing employer national insurance hikes, and their reckless unemployment rights bill is striking fear into businesses up and down the country as they question whether to take a punt on recruiting new people, particularly young people. That they've caved into the hard left on much needed reforms to the welfare system, a system that should reward hard work and not entrench state dependency. As is always the case with the Labour government, they invariably side with the shirkers and not on the side of the strivers. And sadly, they have driven our economy into a full-blown doom loop, a cycle of ever-increasing taxes, rising inflation and net zero growth. Every hard-working family in mid-Leicestershire is paying the price for this government's failure. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, What is most damaging at all isn't just the economic damage, it's the lack of a can-do attitude they have and they're instilling in our young people.
Will the honourable friend give way?
I'll give way.
On that can-do attitude, what surprised me about this debate so far from the opposite benches is that a number of honourable members on those benches seem to agree that this was a good thing to do, and